Whoops. Pushed the wrong button. It's one of those nights, huh? How's everybody doing? Dorinda, Anna Marie, Patrick Kelly. See. Kiss off. Sweet kiss off. Benjamin, good to see y'all. Kino. Chuck. Nancy Debs. Hope you're doing okay, hon. Vicky, it's good to see you. Joyful, you too. Does that say rescue? Oh my goodness. Hi, rescue. So how's everybody doing? Rescue, you had a really good show this morning. I was serious about reading my notes. Positivity. So we've been talking about last night when I showed Pappy's video. It was I'm all brushing out my wet hair and can't remember nothing. Well, I know I said it, but it was looking within. And so Man in the Mirror came to mind. But it's not just men. It's when we look in the mirror. It's not looking at our outside flaws or it's more really looking inside. Making sure that we have a good heart, and that we treat others the way we want to be treated. Sorry, my phone's going wacko. And it's just, we got to keep enjoying life, guys. We got to keep the relationships. We have to be whole as a person ourselves, and not physically. We can still have disabilities and all of that, but I mean, like, spiritually, um, the way we look at ourselves, the way we react to situations, the way we interpret things that are being said. Just try not to find all the bad things. I'm trying to find more good things that are going on around you. Because there are. There's, I mean, this weekend we have a pig roast. Had a pig roast. And I don't know, kids visiting, seeing the grandkids. If they won't come see you, try to go see them. Just searching out things that make your life whole and complete with what you can. My peppers and tomatoes, that makes me happy. You know, seeing a bird making all kinds of noise on the chicken coop, that makes me happy. It's showing me there's life out there. There's good things out there. We just have to really pay attention to them. Are y'all seeing anything that I'm not seeing? Okay, y'all are talking between yourselves. Good. What, Chuck? Don't stop messaging me. I like my messages. And okay, I get a lot of news shared to me, and that's okay. It doesn't bother me. I see what's going on. I sometimes will get a little concerned, but there's a difference in being concerned and flipping totally out and going bonkers. Um, it's like okay, panic. You can when you're fixing to do something that you don't like to do, like flying or I don't know what y'all's is, but I have a few. Those dang high rises that they make in Austin, I can't go up them. I just can't do it. I've tried, and I almost caused a whole big old wreck on 35. It's not good. And so, when you're faced with that, it's like, instead of thinking of it as panic, think of it as excited. I'm excited to do this, or you know, and also the picturing. Whenever I've said to picture what you're going to do, if you are going on a trip, picture it in your mind where you're at a lake or you're on the beach or wherever you are, and it just makes it easier to go through the motions of getting there to it. I cannot wait to get to the beach. It's I need a vacation really bad, but I know it's going to be a while. Things are crazy expensive, but even still, I have my house decorated like a beach, so I'm just, I can play with the seashells here. I can go down to the river and fish here and maybe not catch as big a fish, but my scrawny muscles, I probably couldn't pull one out of the ocean right now anyway. I'm going to put a link if anybody wants to come up and chat. Tell me what y'all think. Hey, Vicky. Well, Jen, I don't know about that. I don't like snow, but if that if that gives you joy, then that is great. You'll come up but not chat. Well, then why are you coming up, Chuck? Up, Chuck. If you come up, you're gonna chat with me. Yes, rescue. Please. I would love that if you'd come up. When I was listening to Rescue today, I thought, see my soul brother that I didn't know about? Because everything he was saying is exactly the way I think. Maybe it's a Texas thing. I don't know. Hello, Chuck.
Hey. Yeah, I ain't trying to bum you out. I was trying to be assy, but it just kind of works out the wrong way, I guess. Yeah, I ain't trying to bum you. Oops.
How are you bumming me out?
I don't know. With just stuff I say, and it seems like when you talked back to me about it, I figured you'd laugh, but you didn't.
Well, yeah. Chuck, how long have I known you?
Too long, probably, for some people.
No.
What's up, Carl?
Hey.
Oh. Take a minute.
That's not one to chat. Hey, bye.
That was a quick.
That was a drive-by camoing.
I guess he's having phone troubles. Hey, Matt. Good to see you. Okay, now Dorinda's trying. Oh, there's Carl.
As I was saying, howdy, Bonnie. What's up, Chuck? Hey, Dorinda. Wolverine! I don't know what the heck that was.
Yeah!
Oh, my goodness.
I guess I deserved it.
Did
Me
you
and a
get your
couple of my
ears
buddies
blown
used
out?
to do that. Sorry about that. Me and a couple of my buddies used to do that shit on the job site and stuff. Be over somebody asked something, I'd holler from way over there, yeah, real back, real loud. And then they'd holler back, yeah. And all the people that weren't, all the ones that didn't know who we were, probably like, what the hell's wrong with them guys?
Yeah.
Did it make you feel better?
Made everybody laugh, us laugh anyway.
Well, and you know what? That's kind of healthy sometimes to yell like that because it's getting out some gunk.
Whatever's bugging you gets it out of you.
Yep.
Real argument parties in our parking lot at work.
Have what?
Honky. Somebody will honk and then everybody else will join in.
I thought you said honky parties.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Biggie said the Walmart parking lot at lunchtime they have honking parties. I thought you said honky parties.
Oh, no.
Wow.
That's politically incorrect. It's soda cracker or saltine.
Because you come from a long line of crackers,
Yeah.
sorted crackers. What's
Uh,
up, Benji? Jen? Sweet Tea?
Tea girl. Good to see you.
Rescue's up in here, huh?
He
That's trouble.
was. I don't know. He's hiding. He's hiding from me.
Yeah, Rescue. We promise we won't ask you to build a chicken pen on one of our shows.
I'm not promising that.
I was fixing to say, now wait a minute. No. He is doing amazing though. That's what he was showing. When he's showing he's building that chicken coop with that chair and everything, he is
That's showing handy capable instead of handicapped. Hey, Rescue.
he is.
What's up, guys?
How
Y'all
are
doing
you?
all right?
Yeah, you can change that handicap part and put handy capable in there. You're showing everybody they can get out there and do shit. They ain't got an excuse.
Yes.
All right. Good job, everybody. Peer pressuring Rescue. Get up on that.
No.
It's Kiss Off. She's a troublemaker. You got to watch her.
Isn't she great?
Yes, she's a mess. Man, I'm glad to be up here. Look at this. I'm up here with Dee and Chuck, Carl, Bonnie, all at once. Bam.
I know. I'm so glad you came up. Thank you.
It's a daytime
Oh,
bombs.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm the one that I'm always the odd man out. Sometimes I feel like I'm the Debbie Downer.
It was that all my life, Rescue. That's probably why I feel like I've been in.
Is them night hours still getting to you?
Man, I just, I sit here and nap whenever, and I'd go out there, and if it wasn't dark, I'd probably work on the damn chicken coop at night too. But then she'll get pissed off because she wants to sleep, and I'm like, sleep here, sleep there.
They don't put headlights on lawnmowers for nothing.
That's it.
Right.
I told somebody that the other day. I was going to get my zero turn. I'm going to get me some LED lights, put it all the way around it where I look like a spacecraft out in the yard at midnight.
Hey, I actually, so just because we said that, so here's some solar rope lights. Little solar panel for them for rope lights. I'm putting those on my chicken coop, so then they'll be lit up at night.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a little battery. I have some extra batteries around here from different power supply things and emergency exit lights, and I figured that'd be a good little trickle thing. And,
Rescue, I got this $20 solar motion detector light, and I put it up in the window of the peak of my tent, so it's inside the tent, but it's catching all the solar rays. Outside, it's free lighting, 24/7. I mean, it's great.
you can't beat that.
No,
Mr. Matt, what I did is, okay, see if I can explain this right so where those roosts are that I put in the corner. So what I'm going to do, and I showed the video of this guy. I need to go find that damn video. I just still have it in my head. So on the corner of the roost, I'll hold my phone up like this, and where I have those corner bars in the corner, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take underneath that, and I'm going to put a little shelf board that angles over, that wires over to an opening here that I can put a bucket under. And then I'll just reach up with a stick and just a flat edge type little hose type crepe, and I can scrape it right down to that bucket. and come right off under their coops down. It won't be the main floor so much. I won't have to clean that as often. That's my plan.
Oh, there you go. That sounds cool.
There's Mystique. How are you, ma'am?
Hello. Sorry about that, guys.
That's okay, Dorinda. You know Rescue?
I've watched a couple of his shows, yes.
Hey,
I do
Tom.
know that.
Yeah, I probably chased her off a long time ago.
No, I can't normally catch a live, but if it comes up in my notifications, I click on you and I watch you.
Okay, one quick thing.
Maybe hopefully it's not too boring.
No.
Hey, wow, Tom. Good to see you.
Oh wow, there's Mr. Truth and Tom. Awesome.
So
I hope that young man's doing good.
we're having our family Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow because ours was on Monday. So I cooked my bird today.
Wow, that's early.
So you just flipping the bird already.
Well, my husband's in there cutting it up and whatever, so we can heat it up tomorrow because he doesn't like cold turkey, right? But he went yesterday when we were talking, or yesterday, the day before, the night before yesterday, whatever. No, it was last night, whatever. He's like, well, most people do cook their turkey the day ahead and that. And I said, yeah, my mother did that all the time. And your biggest complaint was that the turkey wasn't hot. Well, we can heat the turkey up. So can we do the turkey tomorrow? I'm like, yeah. The only reason he wanted it done today was because I work tomorrow and he would have had to watch the bird in the oven. Okay. So as he's trying to get ready to cut the bird, okay, the wings fall off, the legs fall off, just like normal, right? And he's like, well, we need to get the stuffing out of here. And I'm like, yeah, take a spoon and scoop the stuffing out. And he's like, okay. And he goes, oh, let's do this. And he moved the bird and the whole section opened up so I didn't have to scoop. My bird's always cooked. Well done.
Shoot, yeah, that's falling off the bone good there.
Yep. That's the way my bird comes out every time. It falls off the bone.
And Tom,
Yes,
I put the
Mr. Tom.
link out there if you want to come up for a round table. There's he's asking you a question too, Rescue.
Yes, sir, Mr. Tom. I'm building, I guess, what is commonly referred to as a chicken tractor, which was kind of a nice little learning curve because my whole damn life I never even heard the word chicken tractor. I just thought you had chickens out in the damn yard and you threw some feed, and then when you got hungry, you went out there and you popped one in the head and you plucked some feathers, and there you go. You got chicken dumplings.
Right.
All of a sudden, there's chicken tractors, and it was like, wait, what? And so I had to look that up, and it was like, it kind of makes sense. I mean, you can move it, and you can then. I'm going to use it to try to fertilize certain sections at a time. So maybe by next year I can have like a little garden area that'll be rich with soil.
So are you putting it on wheels?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I watched one on YouTube of a guy making a chicken coop that was movable. I'm going to call it that way because I'd never heard of the tractor thing. Okay, so I'm not sure if we're talking the same thing or not.
It is.
And it was on YouTube. And it was really interesting to watch him build it, plant it, and then move it to the next section for the grass for the chickens. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, and there's some different styles. There's some smaller ones that just have like two wheels on the back, and then you just pick up two little arms on the front, pick it and walk over and set it down. And then there's bigger ones like mine, and there are some high dollar little mechanisms you can buy. I ain't putting all that into it because I can jimmy rig some shit, but you basically have it sitting on the ground, and then you do the wheels like on little kettle levers, so that like as you raise up the arm, it'll lift the wheel down, so then it raises it up, and that way you can do the bigger cages and all. And I'm going to move mine with my mower. That way I got my little zero turn, and I'll just hit the little thing and then drag it on up.
Nice.
Cool.
And Bonnie, Josh is in chat now.
Hello, Josh.
The reason,
Yes.
sorry, the reason I'm saying that was the message I sent you on the phone
Yes,
earlier.
yes, yes.
Okay.
And that was mentioned on rescues also. So if you gentlemen don't mind, I'm going to do a quick prayer.
Yes, ma'am.
Heavenly Father, we come to you this evening. We thank you for the blessings that you have given us, for bringing us together in fellowship at this time. Father, we have Josh in chat, his wife. I'm so sorry, I cannot remember her name. Is having some health issues, and Father, we're just asking you to please do what you can to make her better. Lift them both up. They've had some pretty good struggles, as have a lot of people. We still keep asking you to keep rescue in prayer and keep rescue healing. He's doing amazing work with the cooking coop. Just keep giving him the strength and know how to do all of the things he needs to do. And who else was there? North Carolina Debs, Father, I keep lifting her up in prayer that you keep healing her also. Just everyone in chat and on panel, let them have good health through these times, especially. I think I've covered everything. In Jesus' name I ask this. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Amen. How you doing, Tom?
Hey,
What's
I'm
up, Mr.
calling
Tom?
well for an old guy. How y'all doing?
I'm
So how
surviving
are
it
you,
so far.
youngin?
Bonnie, thank you so much for inviting me up. I don't think you and I have ever formally met, but
No, I don't think so.
I know the three male outlaws.
Yeah,
Takes
Carl.
one to know one.
Yeah, Tom's our idol. What do you mean?
But I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
I've seen you on panel a few times, and I just, hello, you joke or chat.
I get around a little bit. I've been lazy lately, but it's getting dark earlier now, so maybe that'll change. Huh? I can get busy online again.
Yeah, I think a lot of us will be online during the winter. Sounds like it's going to be a pretty bad one.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, man, I've seen those chicken houses. They just drag them around, like move it every year, and then you got a different fertilized spot in the yard.
Yeah. Well, and it'll keep them from, like, if you don't want bare dirt, because
Right.
chickens just beat your shit to death. So if
Oh
you don't
yeah.
want to do that, well, you can just move it like once a week. And so then it'll thin it out and they'll get rid of the insects, but yet they won't make it bare dirt.
Right.
And then as I collect the poop and stuff, then I'll blend it with some other soil, lay it on top, and kind of try to mix it in. Then it'll help by next year. Hopefully, I think it's the nitrate is what's real strong with the chicken poop. I forgot if it's the ammonia or the nitrate. One of them's
Well,
real strong. It'll
both.
burn your shit.
Yeah,
Nitrogen and ammonia is strong in it.
it's really hot.
Okay. And
Did
so
you,
that's
You need
I've
it.
kind of heard that you dilute it down by letting it soak.
did you see little chicken runs you can add on to it? These people are 50 foot, 100 feet long, and they make like a 2 foot wide tunnel. It's like a little upside down U, and it drags around on wheels too.
Oh,
That's
really?
what I was
Stretch it out
talking
across the
about.
yard and move it around like a snake.
Okay.
Oh, hell.
Yep.
Well, they already got a redneck lawnmower where you just put the goat under the cage and move him around.
Right.
Do you have a
Oh, hey,
road?
Lance.
Can yours
Was that
go out
Tom?
rescue?
Sir?
I just wondered if yours go outside, your chickens.
Yeah, what they do is, so they're contained. So it's a 10 by 6 square is the base. And then I have the coop part, and the nesting box will be raised up almost, I think it's right at 3 feet on one end. So then during the day and stuff, they'll have the whole 10 by square rectangle to graze around in. And I'm going to have a hog panel kind of covering over the front 3/4. And then I'm clothing that with that hardwire cloth, 1/4 inch. So then I ain't got to worry about no snake, no nothing.
Yeah.
And now I will say one thing I've noticed is some of the ones that I've watched people make, because in other areas, they've got a real bad fox problem or like weasels and stuff like that. So then they have to do these little fold out skirts is what they do. So you do your cage down on the ground, and then they have skirts that to keep them from digging under.
Uh-huh.
But I'm like, during the day, I got my shit on cameras. They're going to be almost like pets for me, because I'll just go hang out with them during the day and just, I'll just be chilling with them. It's not like I'm just doing mass amounts.
How many are going to go in the cage?
Sir?
How many are going to go in the cage at a time?
Well, I think I'm starting off with 4, and then Nikki was going to try to hatch me a couple more. Although I think one of these 4 is going to be a rooster. He seems to be developing some little pieces and got an attitude. So I'm sure at some point we're going to have this bull of the pasture conversation, and he's going to figure out how the human thing works. I have this conversation frequently with other things that seem to approach themselves on my property. It's like, I'm cool with you visiting. Just understand who the bull of the pasture is.
Yeah, just throw him a skillet and a bag of flour, and he might straighten up.
That's it. Just how far do I got to get the message across?
Yeah, you're good for if you got 4 to 6. What you said, that'll give you 60 feet. You need 10 square feet per chicken.
You need that much?
Hang on, we can drill it. What'd you say, Chuck? 6 feet per chicken?
10 square feet per chicken.
Man, that seems like a lot.
Yeah.
It's basically 1 foot wide, 10 foot long per chicken, basically. So what you're saying, you got 60 square foot. That's good for 6.
Okay. I got to say, man, there's people, because I saw some, and I started to even buy this one for like $700, but I was like, man, I don't know. There's just something about that. They're talking about like 6 to 8 chickens, but I'm kind of like looking at this dude and I'm going, I don't know, unless somehow the marketing advertising world has changed. I'm not thinking that dude is like 6'4". I'm willing to bet you he's about 5'2", and somehow he's leaning over the roof of this thing. So I'm not seeing it very big. I think that was one of those. Yeah, you could put 6 to 8 in here. Of course, they won't be able to move, but you can put them in there.
You know
that reminds me of a submarine I got out of a comic book in the 60s.
I guess you don't have to worry about it in Texas, but we build the coop kind of small here so their body heat helps heat it in the wintertime.
Yeah, we don't get that cold. And I'm going to do a heat lamp in there.
I did on the water, yeah.
Yeah, and like the freezing water, you don't have to worry about freezing water. I mean, there might be a couple of weeks we might get that low, but more than likely it's just going to feel miserable is all it does. It doesn't actually freeze.
Through the winter here, it's every day because the water is frozen solid. So I those big red Folger coffee cans, the plastic ones?
Yeah.
Just keep an empty one on hand, and because the one that's out there is going to be solid in the morning. So.
By the way, just food for thought, but the larger Folger ones, those are actually good for flushing too, just so you know. But a bucket of those will flush the commode.
Oh, no kidding. Good idea.
Yeah, that's good to know.
The little things you find out living in the woods.
We're all about life hacks. We were talking about some last night. Chuck was saying, because I was saying it's kind of bad to take a potato salad somewhere during the summer here because it's so flipping hot. And he said you freeze a butter dish or a tub, fill it with water, put it in the freezer, freeze it, and then stick it down in the middle of the potato salad. And I was like, well, there you go.
That was one of my brilliant moments, huh? Rescue. I seen a guy was making chicken pens. He's a off-gridder. He gets those this time of year. He'll go to Walmart when they have them, them little full post things that fold out like an accordion, and they put a little rooftop like you do a picnic under them or whatever. There's for just 4 sides. This time of year, he said he can get them for like $20-25 at Walmart when they mark all that stuff down.
Wow.
And he'll set them up and then drive posts in the ground 2x4s next to it and reinforce the sides and use that for his chicken pen.
Oh, hell.
They got 'em on sale.
He'll add it on, like if you wanted to add a front yard to your pen, just get that, put it up, put you some stakes around it to hold it good, wrap your wire around it. You got a roof over it. And you can add that on the front of your stuff, or you can build a frame where you can scoot it around if you wanted.
Sure.
Well, and I will tell you the reason one of the big reasons for the movement side is I've also found that the more you move them, the less you smell them.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
So you don't end up with that compound smell. You'll just they'll just keep roaming around. So I figure, hey man, I think I'm going to end up getting more than just those 6 chickens. Cause yeah, Nikki's been steadily on me going, well, it's going to be a lot of eggs, Rescue. I think you're going to have more eggs. And then I laughed and told her, I go, just so you know, so yesterday evening when I had eggs for supper, that was good for 7 eggs because that was supper.
Nice.
I'm kind of a big boy. I like eggs. It's just fluffy protein. That's all that shit is. It's not like it's red meat and filling.
We're supposed to eat 3 or 4 eggs a day. They're good for you. In the hospital, first thing solid food they bring you is eggs because it's got everything you need.
Yeah. I can knock out a dozen eggs easy in a day.
Yeah.
I like my eggs in a cake.
Yeah, that's well rounded. You got your dairy, you got your wheat, you got your eggs, huh?
Milk. Perfect food a cake is.
That's it.
Cure the sweet
Me and
tooth.
Bonnie eat the shortcut version of it. Just eat the frosting and be done with it.
Yep.
Like that. I'm going to go see if I got any more coffee left. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Right on.
Yeah, Rescue, I'm only allowed to have 6 here. I figured if I got 12, I might tell you them 6 identify as turkeys. So
Say, well, I'm having 6 chicken eggs, but these 6 right here identify as ducks. So I'm going to have 6 duck eggs and 6 chicken eggs.
you might think they're female, but they identify as male too. So
Yeah.
See,
What
I
is
need
it,
to.
John in chat?
Yes,
See somebody. What's up, John?
I'm done.
Well, we were talking about food. That's why.
That's a cooking man right there too, buddy.
It's good listening to all of y'all because whenever I get to my mama's, I'm going to have to make dirt. And I know that sounds crazy, but I've actually seen where you can make your own for your plants and everything.
yeah, composting, and people give away free dirt. You need to have your little trailer once you get all established, maybe a 6-foot trailer. That way, somebody giving away dirt, you can hook it to your stuff and go get you a bunch of dirt. Add that to your compost.
Yep. Well, Dollar General was having a sale on it's just topsoil.
Yeah.
And it's just a generic brand, and hopefully it doesn't, I don't know if it has all the gunk in it or not, but
Topsoil usually won't. That's just, but you know what? It's topsoil that you get around here in bags, you know, if you have to buy it, it's almost mulch. It's not really dirt.
oh, well, that's what I was going to use for my base, but I got like 8 bags of it because it was only $1 a bag, something like that.
Hell,
Well, you can mix it with some regular soil and then increase more. That way you'll still get your nutrients, but you can start getting your base foundation, you know, out of some clay mix or whatever.
Yes, and we have a lot of clay over here. I don't know if your dirt's like that there, but
yeah.
Yes, man.
it is.
Kind of on the edge of the clay, the gumbo mud here. If you get closer by the river's edge, then you get into that gumbo mud, the stuff you can pack bowls out of and leave it out there for a week in the sun, and all of a sudden you can eat cereal out of it. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, like cement. That's the way it is. Or clean.
Bonnie, you saving your eggs or eggshells, I mean.
Well, you know, the granddaughter's boyfriend, he's been bringing us fresh eggs, but nobody's ever home to eat, so they're not getting cooked.
well,
Make a bunch of egg salad or deviled eggs; they'll disappear.
That's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
I know if I made deviled eggs because my daughter that's here, oh, she loves those.
Oh, I can't leave them alone. I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife and her friend, we used to 20 years ago go over their house on the weekends, play volleyball, and had a
Mhm.
bunch of families over and picnic and stuff. They'd make like 10 dozen deviled eggs, and they'd always pull aside 2 dozen, 2 dozen for me and 2 dozen for her old man. Say, here, y'all can have these. You eat your fill. Don't touch everybody else's.
With crumbled up bacon.
Oh, peat moss is a good idea to lighten up the soil.
Yeah, peat moss. You see lime on sale. Throw you a cup or so per bag of lime on it. It'll level it out. Coffee grounds,
Too
eggshells.
old to work these 2 jobs.
Yeah, anything but meat fat. You can throw in there and it'll rot.
Yeah, I've been saving the coffee grounds.
You know anybody with horses, they'd be glad to let you muck their stalls.
I
Yeah.
know a lot of people with horses, and yes, the girls are really good at mucking stalls.
Find somebody that's got rabbits and they don't care. Tell them you'll clean their cages out for them. Rabbit
Yeah.
crap is the best fertilizer.
So does it have to sit for a while? You know how it's like you
It-
can't
You
use
can
it.
put it rabbits. You can put it directly on anything and it won't hurt it. But like horses, chickens, and all that, it's got so much nitrogen it'll burn it.
Yes.
Yeah, you just put it into your compost in layers with the rest of it when you mix it all together.
Well, that's true. Yep.
Yeah, it's good to let that stuff sit around and get rained on and breathe and
Let
Just
it
get-
blend and mix.
Yeah.
Yep.
exactly.
You can clean out a rabbit cage and put a cup of rabbit crap in a gallon of water and shake it up till it melts and pour it directly on your stuff. They call that black tea. So
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I've seen that with the coffee grounds too. They said to do that. Banana peels.
yeah, I was wondering. Boys had a gallon jug here full of banana peels with water in it. I didn't know what it was. And I told them throw it out. They said that's good for your tomato plants, and that was after they dumped it out. And I looked it up. I was like, yeah, it is.
Potassium in it, I guess, is good for
Yeah.
them.
I was like,
Yeah.
oops, too late.
Well, folks, my wife has a few chores for me, so I'm going to run off. But Bonnie, I do appreciate being invited up, and it's good to see all you folks.
It was good to see you, Tom.
We can get
It was
better
good to see you,
acquainted.
Tom.
Good to see everybody. So you all have a good
Good
evening.
seeing you, Tom. Well, my camera's jacked up, ain't it?
It is awesome seeing you, brother. I hadn't seen you in a while. I was worried about you. I'm glad to see you're doing okay and stuff.
Don't worry about me. I'm too ornery for anything bad to happen to me, man.
Hey, look here. Don't tell me how to live my life.
I'm meaner than the bad luck, boy. All right, y'all. Resist. Love you.
See you later,
Bye,
man.
brother.
Thank you, Tom. You take care.
Truth with Tom.
Yeah, well, leaves are good, Trilly. You take that or grass clippings, fill your 5-gallon bucket like half full, put a brick on top of it, and then fill the bucket with water and just let it sit there and rot. And that's good for water and stuff, but don't get it directly on your plants.
Yep.
It's funny. What do we got to do? Like
I got
Benjamin,
enough.
15 in a
Oops,
minute?
sorry, Bonnie.
sorry, Chuck. Benjamin, we heard from them several days back. They're good.
Yeah, they may be out there sitting lurking now.
Maybe.
Rabbit now.
Yeah, you know they are.
They I was gonna say something now. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Sorry,
Well, you
Chuck.
did say you needed some rabbit pellets.
I think you off the speaker.
No, I got on a tangent and I forgot what I was gonna say. It wasn't you, Bonnie. I'm that old man wandering around the dairy aisle trying to figure out where the mayonnaise is.
I'll be talking. in mid sentence, I forget what I was talking about.
We need to eat more fish.
More something.
Fish is good for your mind and your memories.
Damn.
God bless you, Lance. Thanks for coming by.
Good night, Lance.
Later, Nat. Thanks. Have a good night. What's up, D-Dog?
Well, my goodness, D-Dog.
What did they do?
Hello,
What did they
D-Dog.
do?
It's coming along.
Uh,
By the way, I don't know. So, Bonnie, when you were on the stream earlier, were you in there whenever I was over there working on that chicken coop and those two damn white-tailed deer did a drive-by?
No.
Oh,
How cool.
yeah. I was sitting there and I was turning. I didn't know if anybody could hear me or if it was turned where y'all could see them because I was like turned at that chicken coop. And as I do that, I'm looking. It's like, what the hell? And right across the end of my driveway is this big white-tailed doe as she comes by. And I'm like, holy shit. And then there's two more right behind her. And I was like, oh shit. Well, hell, I couldn't reach my little control for the damn chair to move it fast enough. And I was like, y'all see them deer? Do you see them deer? And I was trying to point and wave and shit. I meant to go back and look on my cameras and then pull up the footage of them running.
And see if
Only
you
a
caught
couple of weeks till opening day here. What about their rescue?
Oh no, I still had some sausage in the refrigerator, so it was okay.
Guardian, Gigi.
Oh,
Hi,
you mean
Gigi.
the whole legal when you're supposed to hunt and when you're not?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
whole
Yeah, man, it's
Oh.
coming up soon here.
Oh, is
Oh,
there
okay.
a season for that?
I'm sorry, sir. I just go off of necessity. It's like my stomach is hungry, so
Right?
I never seen the skillet license yet.
that's it. Every time I reach up for that knob on that burner, it never says, well, what's the date first? It just goes to medium or medium high.
I'm sorry, game warden. That deer ran out and was protecting that wild hog I was trying to shoot.
He killed himself running into the chicken coop.
Yeah. Hell, I was just
Yeah,
trying
I
to
used
sign
to have
in.
the real hookup. I used to have the hookup where my mom at the police station, I used to get a lot of deer free. Come get it. You want it, they don't, that type of thing.
A lot of our local DPS and the game wardens around here, anything happened with deer or anything like that, that goes to the food pantry, which are the local churches here that'll
Yes, that's
That's
make sure it
good,
gets
too.
out.
So that means you can go pick up your processed deer at the church, huh?
Yeah. I will say, hey, my wife took out a buck one time, and me and that officer both had to do it like a double take at that, going, oh shit, that's a buck. And it was like, yeah. He's like, what do you want? I go, no, I'm thinking if it's that hard to identify, I'm sure that every other bone in that body is shattered into pieces too. So, but yeah, took the horns right off so smooth that had to actually kind of do a double take to notice that the little broke out spots because it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Rescue, I was following this guy in a car. We were both doing like 80. I'm behind him in my truck, and when the deer jumped out on the road, it landed right where his car was at that second. All right. So it just went poof. All right. And I saw the red mist and I drove through the essence of that deer. And as I'm going through the cloud of red, I look to my side there and see the front leg and a couple of the organs doing like circles sliding down the highway behind me.
Oh.
And it was a plastic front end on that car. You couldn't even see any damage. It just blew the deer up.
Instant sausage, huh?
It was a mist. I drove through the essence of a deer. I'm not even kidding, Chuck. It was my truck was sprayed red.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Vicky was on her way to work here a couple of years ago in the other truck I had. She'd drive my truck at night to work. And she was coming down the road. She's doing about 65, and two of them ran across the other lane, the median. She didn't see them. She saw something out of the corner of her eye. By the time she looked, she felt it. They right behind the cab of my truck. Both of them hit right where the gas cap is. Both of them ran into the truck. Said it rocked the truck so hard that she said it swerved, and she almost took a ditch. She pulled over and looked and didn't see him. I said, you should turn around, and went back. And I was asleep when she got home, and when she told me, I went over and looked, and I couldn't find them. But I figured if they were laying there, somebody done grabbed them.
Yep. We tried. When it hit me, all it did was hit my headlight with its head, and so it was just a headshot. I told the girls, I said, "Hey, it's." They got out and started to go get it, and the semi beat them to it,
Wow.
splattered it everywhere.
Well, I will say some of them you got to kind of watch because the impact when they hit like their front part, their head hits your front, their body will slap up against the side, and what'll happen is sometimes they can bust in organs inside, and it'll pollute the meat.
Yeah, that's true too. We're not used to eating roadkill, but it was just
Oh,
tempting.
I actually had a book called The Roadkill Recipe Book.
I, we do
Oh no,
too.
you should have heard what Chuck's mom and dad and him told me when I first moved down here. I gotta eat roadkill that y'all didn't have grocery stores down there. I was like, what?
I told her first time she saw armadillo, and she goes, "What is that?" I said, "That's a possum on a half shell."
so shoot, why do I got to wait gas? Just get a damn 22. You can have all the little possums and squirrels.
Yep.
Yep.
I think I got a possum on my back porch tearing my rugs up.
Keep it. But Vicky, they're good for so many things, and they don't carry rabies.
Yeah, bugs
Yeah.
and snakes, and I think they eat like scorpions and stuff like that.
Yes,
Bye,
I like.
y'all. Have a good night.
Be careful, Vicky.
My
Okay.
favorite roadkill experience was in the city in a place called Utica here in Michigan, right at the main intersection. We were behind a vehicle at the stoplight, the main drag, and somebody hit a pheasant, and it was flopping around next to the car in front of us on the road, still alive at the intersection. And I'm the passenger in this vehicle, so I'm like, hey, dinner, and I jump out and I run out to the intersection real quick, grabbed it and broke its neck, and was headed back to my ride when I looked up and saw a whole line of cars, and all the people in the cars had this wide agape look on their faces like, oh my God, he just killed, like I was some kind of monster or something. I won't ever forget that. Just the looks on those people's faces.
Yeah.
It's a self-serve KFC. What's wrong?
Josh
City
says
folk don't get it. City folk don't get it at all.
no, they don't. Well, you think that they come out here and they just go off the side of the highway. They park on the highway. Well, the shoulders are getting smaller. Have y'all noticed that?
Yeah.
Our shoulders are getting smaller to where you can't park a car on them, but they'll park on the side of the road and just walk out with their guns like they can just go wherever they want and hunt whatever they want. And it's like, hold up, there's houses down there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we've had a lot of them getting tickets and arrested and poachers.
Well, if anything, around here we end up with them that like start kind of freaking out. Like there was this one bunch a couple of years, I want to say about 4 years ago. They moved in, 2 families. I think what brought them up was the flooding down that took place in Houston, and then the freeze. And they finally said, "Oh, we're going to get out of here." And they came up here, and it's kind of like Memorial Days and some of these holidays around here. I live in the East Texas woods, so if you kind of got some kind of gunfire issue, this is not the place to be on holidays. I can tell you, because ain't nobody bashful around here.
Yep.
Well, them damn people, dude, they went into freak out mode. You'd have thought that we had the damn Bloods and Crips throwing down out here, and they were like, "Oh my God, what is happening? There's all this gunfire," and it's like, "What? You're in the wood? Do you not know where you're at?" It's like, go down to the river and watch. You can watch AKs and ARs lined up down the bank of the river and just water fountains going up, because this is what's fun.
Yep.
That's like Detroit and Pontiac, Michigan. Flint too. You get to know what neighbors have automatic weapons.
Yep.
Oh, dude, I put a little video up on my community thing because I was watching this little ranch dude. He got one of those M134s, and oh man, I love watching those
That's
things
a
work because they
German.
just
That's a German machine gun.
it's the mini bird.
Like a Gatlin
Yeah.
type.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
cool.
5.56, right?
Mm-hmm. 5.56 or a 308, you can get it in either one. But yeah, 6 barrels rotating. I think what is it, 400 rounds or some shit a minute.
Wow.
Yeah, I've never shot one of those. Those are new compared to what I know.
It's kind of like the one similar. What was it in one of the Terminator things? I think they had it where he had the little stick on the front right here, and he was holding it, and it's like, and it's just rattling off.
I think they're both designated a squad minigun.
Yeah, that was a blast. That just looked fun as shit.
Yep.
Did you catch that thing going on in the Carolinas just today?
Oh, the active guy up in Raleigh.
Yes.
I heard reports that he had a grenade. That's why they couldn't approach him. And apparently, just before I got on here, they took him into custody alive.
Oh, they did get him. Good.
Yeah, there's something about a barn or something. I
Actually, I was listening to a guy. He had found the police scanner just before they located him in those barns, or in one of the 2 barns when they first found a location. So I heard the officers stating where the guy was at, and that it went on and on for another couple hours after that.
Said he was a teenager, huh?
Yes.
So what I heard was a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
I know the first report that whenever I first heard it, I think it was like about 8 minutes old, and that I forgot which news thing up there. And I thought, oh shit. And I haven't even really paid attention since because I knew it's like, okay, this narrative is fixing to be shifted because it was, how was that worded again? It was like, it appears to be a white man with a long rifle. And it was like, okay, I know where you're going with this story now. I'll just wait till the end.
That's at least when I was watching it happen live. I heard the report that one lady said that she looked in her backyard, saw a young man with camouflage pants, a yellow shirt, and a camouflage backpack, and a long rifle going across her yard. And that was reported to the point to how they zeroed in on his location. And then I heard on the scanner that he matched that description while they found him at the barn. When they found him there, the description matched. They had drones and stuff in there to check on him before they approached him. They did it very carefully.
So yeah, I heard about one drone was down. One, they didn't say if he shot it down or.
Yeah, I didn't get the story on that either. All I heard was it was down.
Man, if he was in a barn, it's like all you need to know is were there any animals in that barn? If there's not, my God, we piss off money on more shit. Just pay the man for a new barn and blow that fucker up. Sorry for my
got a grenade. It'll only extend so far.
John Wilkes Booth style.
We kick doors in, we do all kinds of shit, and then we buy new doors and everything else. Well, there was a problem. Just solve it. Go, okay, sorry, here you go, sir. We'll write this check and have you a brand new barn built. There you go.
Yep.
They burned the barn.
The Amish could have fixed it in a couple hours.
That's it. That would have been a win-win for everybody. Taxpayers wouldn't have had to foot a bill for decades.
And yeah, we'll see tomorrow what they start saying about the parents and what kind of parents they are and what all they have, how this kid got that. This deal.
Any relation to you, Carl? He said his name was Camo Kevin.
I knew that was going to come back around to me just because they kept saying he was wearing camo.
He couldn't have been related to Carl because he wasn't pitched up in a tent.
He didn't bring his compound with him.
Now, if they had caught him out in the woods and he'd have been tinted up and shit, well, then they'd been like, I don't know, you sure you don't have a nephew running around out there somewhere?
Guardian, that's true. The street drugs and the mind altering drugs. I don't know. And
No, well,
first,
see, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Donnie. I'm sorry.
sorry. Well, first it was the video games they were blaming, and then I don't know what made them change from that, but now it's the right, far right, everything. Just seems crazy.
Well, and that's I can partly agree with Guardian, and then part I don't is just because it's not. See, they need to get street drugs and mind altering big pharma drugs off the streets. No offense, no disrespect intended, so don't take it this way. That to me is almost the same as saying, "Oh my God, that guy just shot them people. We need to get all the guns off the street." It's like, no. What we need to start holding people accountable for bad choices. And then people can learn to start thinking before they make a bad choice. But when we remove the consequences for those bad choices, all of a sudden everybody else is having to pay the price.
People want to blame the tool instead of the person.
That's it. Rip the warning labels off and let the dust settle.
And the drugs that are coming over the border, there's no. It's everywhere.
Them folks they catch carrying them too, they should be okay. Automatic death sentence. You coming in here, this stuff's killing people. You're guilty. I don't care who gave it to you. You're go to prison. We'll have your date set in 3 months. We're gonna execute you. That would stop that shit.
Yeah. Last I heard was 300 deaths a day just from
fentanyl.
Yep.
Well, dude, and then look at Illinois with their law that they passed. See, with that, and I get it, it's the purge and all that. But just like one of the key things that got me was how that bill actually even listed fentanyl by the actual name. Like if you commit this under the influence of fentanyl, and it was like, wow, that's weird. You actually are picking the one highlighted drug that we're having an issue coming across the border, and now you're fixing to wipe slates clean if you're using this. Wait a minute, that's just not. It just that don't add up to right.
After all, they do pass out crack pipes nowadays.
True.
That's to all the people.
See, Chuck, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just think everybody read that wrong. See, everybody kept thinking that everybody's going to get crack pipes. I think really what the intent was to make sure that there's crack pipes available across the country. Wherever Hunter goes, he can get one. It wasn't that you're going to get one. They just need to be in the areas that he might go to so that it's available for him.
Like a VIP, like a VIP club.
Denver giving out bug out bags. If I told you anything, if I lived in Denver and they're passing out bug out bags, I don't need to live here.
Yeah.
I'd be go grabbing one.
Oh, and they were bright red too. Did you see those bug out bags? That was almost like this way we can see you from a distance.
Oh, yeah.
These are our recipients. Get them first.
Yeah. Never mind the little GPS locator band that's in that zipper thing across. We can watch you train.
Oh, here's your free Obama phone with it.
Yeah. Wow. Don't mind that drone flying overhead at 30,000 feet that's monitoring all your calls.
That's your protection.
Yeah.
I'm just so pleased to know you people and to know that I'm not the only one this distrusting.
Hey, man. I call it like I see it.
I don't even trust a fart anymore.
Yeah. They've gone so batshit crazy. You can't even apply like some kind of like, okay, let me go a little crazy thinking here and do it this way. No, it still don't explain it. They're just batshit crazy. There you go.
Yeah.
It's not even called conspiracy theory anymore. It's just pre-thinking.
Right.
You guys don't even call me crazy.
You're not, Carl. Well, if you are, we all are.
Shit, man, crazy is the new normal. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you bring a whole new word to prepping. At least you know how to build a house without having to cut trees down and spend 6 months doing it.
I can do that too. Hey, Chuck, I got the most badass outdoor shelter that I built. I would like to someday do this again. Imagine 4 lean-tos around a campfire with all 4 sets of main top beams part of the bench. So you got 4 benches and 4 lean-tos surrounding a campfire, and each corner is your entrance and exit. It worked great. It deflected all the heat, and it worked where the fire never smoked you out because the wind was always countered.
Cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Kind of like a pentagon, almost like.
It almost looks like something like that, from an aerial map of it. But I don't know. I did it by accident. I built one lean-to next to a campfire, and then I thought, I could build another one. I got this, So I did. And I was like, well, why not build 2 more? And I did, and it lasted for years and years too.
That was one of the design things I was looking at. Vicky wants a gazebo built, and I'm like, and she wants a swing. And I'm like, how about we build a gazebo like that instead of having 2-person swings on it? I built either 4 or 6 sides to it and put single swings on there, and everybody faces the center, which would be an open roof, but a roof over the rest of it. The center of it would be an open area for the smoke to come out of, and if it does come up anywhere else, it'll follow the roof out and leave. And if you wanted wall break, put up walls around a certain part of it, because you'd have the wall back far enough behind each swing that you wouldn't come back and hit the wall if you were swinging.
Well,
All I did, if it was really cold out, I'd just wrap a tarp around whatever side of the lean-to the wind was coming from. And then I could, for those corners, and then it would still allow the smoke out the top center.
Yep. That's
I
good.
could-
I'd probably draw it. I probably should draw that out.
I've been watching videos how to make a smokeless fire pit.
Yeah,
You ever seen how to do them covertly? You ever seen where they dig the hole and then make an air access for it so you can have a fire in the ground that doesn't give away your location?
Yeah, I was just fixing to say that. Like, it's kind of like a rocket stove.
Yep.
It burns all the fuel up with the fire burning, it makes light but no smoke.
Yep.
If you put a rock to one side of it, it'll reflect that heat.
Those are all good tricks to know.
Scouting 101 back in the day. This is the shit you would talk about in junior high when you went to school, and you'd be like, man, this weekend, check this out. This is what we did. And it's like you'd kick ideas around on the mole.
Yeah, you got to check out my new port rescue. Come out, man.
I know. I got to say, I've been kind of excited with the chicken coop thing because while I'm building it, I was kind of actually getting excited because I was like, damn, I could build another one of these, and then I'll build my granddaughter a Ford. Sure,
Yeah, you got a good tree.
Yeah.
You got a good tree for a tree fort?
Oh, yeah. We got a big old oak out there out front.
Yeah, I remember first year high school over here in Louisiana. I was a freshman. First time I went out in the parking lot out there at lunchtime, and all these guys out there, and you notice every car and truck had either shotgun in the back window of the car or had a rack with a 30-30 or a shotgun or whatever.
Yeah.
A couple of these boys out there, their dad reloaded stuff, and you got a 30-30? How many rounds you got? Here's 20 rounds. My dad reloads them. He said, pass them around if you guys like them. He's a lot cheaper than the stores are. I was like, wow.
That was when,
now you did that, they'd probably arrest everybody in the parking lot.
Yep. Well, that was back when the main general narrative was parenting and parenting doing their jobs. So moms were moms, dads were dads.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of confusion, understood what that meant. If you were pedaling your bike down that street and you were in front of that neighbor and you said some ugly little word to your buddy Ben, then that lady would come off that porch and commence to grabbing you by your ear and popping you on your ass and then come down here and tell your mom or your dad, and then you'd get another whipping. So it was just a community. Society said, this is what we're going to accept as a behavior.
Yeah.
And somewhere along the way, somebody grabbed that eraser and went to erasing that board. And now we're just like,
Yeah.
whatever.
I remember as a kid could be 20 minutes in the middle of the woods away from the damn house and get out there with my buddies and we'd build a little campfire, and by the time I'd get home, my mom knew I had matches.
Yep. But that's why I
Oh,
moved
boy.
to the town I did. 1,500 people. Everybody knows everybody, and if your kids are doing anything, you're going to know it right away.
Yep.
I got away with murder. I had
Yeah,
just
just
way too
remember,
much
there's no
land.
statute of limitations on that, Carl. So shh.
Well, I confessed a lot to my mom. I did do that. I mean, because, you know, but I had a lot of land to myself, you know, and forts everywhere, you know, and I'd do something like I'd get an old wooden rowboat given to me, and I would, all right, this is my swamp mobile. So I'd spend days out there on a swamp with that boat, you know, just stuff like that.
Yep. Well, even
Well,
in
your imagination used to run more
yes,
back then. Now that everybody, it's like as a society, we've just let things else just tell us what is entertaining for us instead of thinking of things. And it's like reading a book. Well, there was something to be said about reading a book. It wasn't just learning language or something. It was envisioning and imagining what you're reading and the description of the scenery, and then you're putting your mind to work. And see, we don't do that anymore. Now you just watch a Netflix movie. That way you can get the visual. You ain't got to put too much effort into it. Everything's there for you. The audio, the visual, the message. Now you don't have to apply no effort. Where before it was the opposite. It's like that pendulum is literally swung the opposite way.
yep. I think by design.
Yep. We got really complacent and lazy.
Yep. But also, yeah, they don't want us using our imagination or our brains because then we're rebels and trouble. And
Well, then you're a thinker. And if you're a thinker, then that means you might question something. And if you're going to question it, that means I got to be prepared and have an answer. Well, then that means I might actually have to be righteous in what I'm doing. Otherwise, I'm going to have to tell you I'm a scumbag. And so you end up in this little conundrum, and they play this game.
hmm yeah, even in the city, we used to build forts. My kids, well, by then I wasn't out in the city anymore, but my kids would have more fun with a cardboard box. My father-in-law worked for a propane company, and if he sold a water heater or something, he'd bring the box home, and the kids were out there just having a blast in it. Big old box, make a tunnel, whatever. The
But
Tupperware
it's
and kitchen cabinets, they'd sit there and play with that. Pots and pans, bang them with a wooden spoon. We didn't care. The
shoot,
noise
no,
didn't bother us.
marbles. Look at the simple game of marbles. My God, we were occupied with flipping
Yep.
marbles, little round objects of glass, and somehow we could spend hours and hours playing with marbles or bottle caps.
Yep.
Who'd have thunk that? Go give a kid a bottle cap. Well, actually, my granddaughter, you could get her kind of enticed. But see, this is where I've kind of been doing a lot more thinking lately because you can just kind of see so much develop. If you just kind of slow down and watch things in process, you can kind of start to see it now. And it's the narrative of what's being pushed from adults to the kids.
Yes.
The kids don't see adults digging into stuff and reading and listening to music and getting explained what they're doing. They just get told, oh, we're watching a movie. Oh, we're listening to this, but they don't really learn something. They're just interpreting shit on their own. Well, the message is totally crap.
Yeah.
My granddaughter, you can do the simple, like I've actually used to laugh and bring it up, but a doodle bug, a freaking doodle bug, pill bug, you know, whatever, whoever
Yes.
calls them, wherever your area is at, but everybody knows what they are. You touch them and they roll up into a little BB. And then you just wait and chill that, don't move around them, and then they slowly stretch back out and go to crawling.
Yep.
She is fascinated, totally fascinated, just like wow. And then
Did
that's
you
what
ever
kind of
bend one? Did you ever bend a pregnant one backwards?
no.
They
Pregnant.
carry their babies on their bellies. If you can find one that's carrying them, you can bend them backwards a little bit, and like 100 of them little itty microscopic versions of them will come off their stomach.
Oh
Oh
my
wow.
goodness.
I'll be
Only
damned.
you would know that, Carl.
But I was just so cool
Well, you
watching her
all
and
know it
just how
now.
impressed she was at that and just how simple it was and just how people don't even pay attention to him anymore. But then all of a sudden here's a 3-year-old that's just like, wow. And it's
Yes.
kind of like, see, this is what we missed.
Yeah.
Somehow we went from this to all of a sudden, whatever.
Yep.
And it's like, that's where we went wrong.
Well, and that's why I'm trying to teach my granddaughter those things, and even telling the time by the sun and the moon, and dancing in the living room. Her mother is totally hip hop, and I'll go in there and I'll put on all kinds of different kinds of music, and she loves country. And so we're sitting there dancing around the living room, two-stepping. She's going to learn it one way
I
or the
still
other.
think you need to start a campfire and do a rain dance.
Yes, and well, if it wasn't so dry and I was worried about burning everything down, I would do that. We're probably under a burn ban. I think we have been all year.
I know we are here down now because of the drought. We came
Yeah.
out of it for a little while, but
Yeah, y'all have had more rain over there on the east than we
a
have.
little bit, believe it or not, right where I'm at, Bonnie, it's actually going around me. I've even looked at the map going, okay, Conroe's going to get some over there. Okay, nope. Somehow it's like, yeah,
Yes.
we got
You know,
a couple little
somehow I
showers.
get it too. Because across the state, I lived in a little town that every time the storms would come, they would part and miss this little town. Like every time. Like for 6 years straight, rescue. That's what it did.
Hey, my dad used to say it's got to stop and start somewhere. So it was like, well, I guess. Because we've had spots where you could literally stand on one side of the road and it's literally raining over across the street.
Yes.
It's like it's
Isn't
the
it
weirdest
crazy?
shit. It's like out of a movie, but there
Yep.
it
When
is.
I was a kid, I saw it raining in half our backyard. I could walk in and out of a wall of rain that was standing still, while the sunny side had rainbows.
I believe it. That's it.
Yep. I've seen
Deandra, did Kiss Off send you her Kiss Off video?
that.
Oh, Deandra's muted.
Dorinda.
Kiss Off, is that what you sent her? Did you send her your Kiss Off video? Because then I know she giggled.
I think
She,
Dorinda's watching something else.
she might be watching Kiss Off's little video because I just see where Kiss Off said, Deandra, I hope you laugh, sweetheart.
Oh, she might be.
John needs to do a rain dance too.
Turtle dance. Rain turtle. Take a hard hat, put it down on the job site, draw the head and the turtle limbs to it, and you start pounding on the turtle shell. You pray for rain. That's how they'll shut the job down for the day.
Yeah, we got a little bit of rain here last night or this morning sometime because I end up seeing there's like one of my rain buckets by a downspout or rain barrels had about 2 inches of water in it. It was empty yesterday.
Oh, hell.
Hey,
It's
maybe
been
that.
raining all summer long here. I mean, almost daily rain here. It's like we got our spring showers all summer long. It's still raining here. It rained the last 3 days.
Stuff
Now,
on
Chuck, you're going to need to measure that water, and then you're going to need to file taxes on the ownership of that water volume.
Damn.
I flush my taxes for them every time I go to the bathroom.
That was a good answer.
You know what they
Hey,
get
what's
me
that,
about?
baby?
They charge me here for my sewer charge is the same price as my water charge. I filled the swimming pool up 2 years ago twice because I had an issue and it had a leak, so I had to redrain the whole damn pool because it was 6 inches off the bottom. And they charged me all that money twice to fill that pool and charged me sewer charge. I said, no, I'm not paying a sewer charge on filling a swimming pool. That water didn't touch y'all's sewer. Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll knock half of it off. I'm like, okay, whatever half of the abnormal amount is, that's me filling that pool twice.
Oh yeah, kiss off. If you keep sending that video to enough people, just so you know, there might be a little van pulling up outside with a jacket before long. Miss
We're
Trouble.
coming to take you away, hee hee ha ha ho ho, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time. Hee hee ha ha ho ho.
He does that too well.
She was a mess, isn't she, D? You watched it, didn't you? We could tell you were watching it. I know. He's a mess.
Kiss off. You got my email, don't you? If you don't, I'll drop it. Whoever don't have it can grab it.
Yes, I did watch it. It was great.
She's a mess.
Navy vet, what state are you in? Because that sounds like here. And how do you do that upside down writing?
I have no idea how he does it, but he does it quite well.
I know.
You can have, it's a keyboard command for different scripts. You can get different fonts and scripts and italics and all kinds of things by getting a certain keyboard command, which not all keyboards have. Sometimes you have to have a program to do that. Or you can go to a site, copy and paste. They actually have websites for copy and paste.
Oh, okay. Hey, Wildlife.
Check script for programs, and you run fonts on your computer, and you can change them at will.
Why in the hell is Pinterest emailing me?
You must have clicked on the site, Chuck. Or
Yep,
Vicky
some
did.
picture or something.
I got to stop watching that.
Hey, I'll be a partner in crime. You got it, Kizzo.
Kiss off. If you want to share it, there's my email.
It's a good little video.
Oh yeah, it's funny.
Hopefully I got it. That's what I forgot to do today. Set up my Proton Mail on this computer.
Look at that.
So maybe
Maybe.
that's copying and pasting.
Oh,
Well, he's sharing the keyboard commands.
Yeah, that's Control C is copy, Control V is paste.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, it's M&M Day. Y'all got your M&M?
Bonnie, that email place I told you to try out, there's a weird quirk to it. You can't just paste stuff in your email there. You got to Control V it.
Yeah, sometimes a program will prevent you from like clicking and then copying something, but because Microsoft and way back in the DOS days in the very beginning, Control C and Control V has always been keyboard shortcuts for that. So you can do that. Like right now, you can actually take YouTube chat, you can highlight it and hit Control C, open up whatever and Control V, and it'll paste whatever it is you just copied. Well, you can do that with just about any program as long as it's text and not a picture of the text. It's just one of them little weird benefits from way back in the DOS days.
And there's some way too on our. They said since Windows 10 that there's like you can do a snapshot on your phone. You can also do it on your computer. They said, I don't know. That buddy of mine was telling me about it. I didn't learn what it was, but.
Well, now you can do, I think it's Control Print Screen, which will capture your whole desktop, and then you can open up like Paint. And when you open up Paint, you can hit Control V, and then it'll paste basically your whole desktop, and then you can use the editor to like trim and cut certain parts of that.
Oh, cool. I used to know all this shit back in the day. I went to electronic school in the 80s, learned robotics and analog and digital and some scripting and all that. Went to school for learned 4 years worth. We had 4 hours of class and 4 hours of shop every day, 5 days a week.
I'm not very smart at all, but I can lift heavy things.
Well, there you go.
I got both worlds. Dad said, get an education if you can. He goes, and he also said, if you're going to be dumb, you better be strong.
I never learned all that stuff on the computer. I'm doing good to do what I do. If it's a bookkeeping program, no sweat. But
Oh, so you a QuickBooks pro?
yes.
And let's see, what's that other one? I used to have another client when I had my computer shop, and they had some. I don't know. I used to crack up because I didn't know that shit. But boy, I'd open it, I'd fix the program, I'd get your shit to work, but I don't understand. Boy, all that database, all the stuff, and I'm like, yeah.
Excel for a spreadsheet. Yep.
I wanted
Oh,
a video game, one of them Ataris in the late 70s. And first it was Pong, and Dad like, I'm not paying $100 for a line and a dot to bounce back and forth. And then Mom brought it up later, and this was probably, I was probably 12 or 13, so I'd be the late 70s. You still want a video game? Yeah. And they got me set a video game for Christmas, a damn Texas Instrument with 4 catalog books the size of a Dallas phone book. It was all scripting. I want to play games, you program your game first.
Tandy 1000 for the win.
Yeah. It took me 3 days to do a hangman game, and it was like, that was almost like Pong.
And what was that one? There was one Atari had Battle Tank or something. It was the 3 lines, and you were the tank.
Yeah.
And that was like big shit. But see, and it was big shit back then. Of course, now you shut it, and it's like, yeah, what?
Yeah, then they had River Raid. That was a big popular one. I don't know if you remember it.
Yeah.
And then Nintendo come out, and I bought one. We had our daughter was like 2, maybe. I got it for her until Zelda come out, and I liked that. I got it for her to play, and she goes, "Daddy, play, show me how." And I started playing it. Next thing you know, oh, wait, Daddy needs another hour. Wait, Daddy needs another hour.
Right.
We
That
had
was it. I was a Zelda fan. I fess up.
we had in the 90s, when my son was like 2, so it'd be like 96-ish. My husband got this game called Doom for the computer.
Yep.
Yeah.
And my husband was playing it, and my son got up in his lap, and my son was playing it. And my son's favorite part of the damn game was the chainsaw. He loved the chainsaw. So, needless to say, he got a plastic toy chainsaw for Christmas.
He was hacking everybody up.
Yeah, but, I mean, and then when the movie came out, we had to watch it as a family.
Oh,
All
my
right.
God.
Let's see. Return to Wolfenstein? I think that one, Castle Wolfenstein or something, was right before the Doom. And then there was Quake. And actually, we used to sit offshore on the platform and play that. And it was funny because then sometimes we would screw the computer up. Well, that was back before I even knew you. I thought this was some $high shit like everything else on this damn multi-million-dollar platform. So I didn't jack with it. Call IT. Dude come out and fix some shit. Thought, yeah. And we used to screw the computer up playing those games out there. But that's actually what taught me how to fix computers, because then whenever we bought one for the house and I was playing and screwed the modem up and I watched that dude come fix the home one, I was like, wait a minute. So that was it? And he's like, yeah. And I go, yeah, okay. Well, don't expect another call from here, buddy. If I can run a platform 200 miles out in the Gulf of Mexico, I can handle this shit. So I learned it from there.
Yeah, most of it's plug and play.
Oh man, this shit nowadays, I tell you, I'd love to just like throw a reset button off into shit. Like, everybody go to sleep tonight, and tomorrow you wake up and you're in DOS 3.1 with Windows 95. And it's like, yeah, now that printer, it might not want to talk to your damn computer. Figure it out, homie. You know what IRQs are? Nope. You're going to learn now.
You want to order a modem for it? Okay, you're on a waiting list. It'll be 6 months. Ain't no component level fixing anymore.
Yeah, it's the funny shit. I will say this is pretty a breeze nowadays. People kind of go, damn, Rescue, you build them computer. And I go, well, you kind of sometimes want to go, so you mean you can't build one? Can you use a Phillips screwdriver? So you got at least 3 fingers, just so you can make the pinching motion, so you can hold the memory chip as you plug it into the slot.
Yeah.
Other than that, Can you hold a Phillips screwdriver? Hey, man, I can watch this. As a matter of fact, I taught a class down at ITT. When I went for my networking degree, I ended up teaching computer intro, and I actually just had the class build a computer out there. I'm going, here's the best way to learn. Just do the shit.
You remember the DOS bombs in the early 90s that popped AOL offline? Anybody in a chat room would shatter everybody out of it.
Well, see, and it's like people, that's the different nowadays, because back then it was inquisitive. In a way, it started out, a lot of the mischief just started off as in, hey, I wonder what's wrong with this. I wonder what vulnerabilities Microsoft thinks they're all that. Let's see what we can find. And
What does this button do?
yeah. And then you just had assholes kind of kick in and go, hey, you know what? Why don't we cause a really ruckus? We'll see if we can fry some people's computers and shit. Then you had the virus wave. And then nowadays, you notice you don't hear that virus shit anymore because, hell no, we don't want to tear your computer up. We need to plant this little malware shit so we can just track everything you're doing so we can kind of collect a more marketing database and maybe some nefarious reasons if somebody wanted to pay the money for it.
Did you hear the story about McAfee sending a bunch of laptops to people for free? Yeah, they were all fixed. He had everything on those people.
I know that there was talk about him having a dead man switch, so maybe that was part of it.
Yeah, I heard about that too. I haven't seen nothing shocking about it though.
Which I'll say,
back in the day it was weird. I remember an internet game in the very beginning of the internet where people would do searches, and the idea was to get little or no hits for a search query. In other words, back in the day, you could search something where you put two words together and there wouldn't be a page for it. And that was the whole purpose of the game. You know, that was a geek game.
Yeah. Well, see, I think people back then, it wasn't the norm. It wasn't like the majority. And so it wasn't a typical thinking to collect this data. But then there was people that kind of started to see it for what it was. And I always used to tell people and explain it like, if you'll remember back in the day with the mail, snail mail. Well, you would get your snail mail. Well, then all of a sudden you would end up with one of them survey cards or some kind of deal. Well, if you filled that out, then from then on, you just start getting more and more of the marketing, the spam mail. It would just pick up. Well, then when email got introduced, then that became the way. And see, and now they don't even worry about that anymore because they just catch you on the ad that's going to pop up wherever you're going to go because now they can do that. Databases. Me and Bug Out laughed one night kind of poking fun at the minute they created a database was like the beginning of the end right then because that's what databases do. They collect data.
Hey, Shiv.
Once you start doing that, and man, it's like all these politicians and all, there's no telling what all the blackmailing that goes on with them because of all the little ignorance that they do with their devices and the ease that they get talked into shit and then they get, oh yeah.
Yeah.
The digital age is not a fun place. Uh-oh. What are you doing there, Chuck? Just flashing some EVGA, little computer porn or something, and then bang.
I was trying to see where it was facing. And it's backwards.
There you go.
No, it's not backwards. I didn't see where it went. It's dark in that corner. It happened to land on the floor facing the computer.
Is that a radon video card? Or is that an EVGA card?
It's MSI EVG
power supply.
Oh, power supply. That's surrounded. It's that's a shell behind it. That's a Evga case it's in.
Oh, okay. So your lighted up display, it's an EVGA case?
Yeah. Oh shit. Let me see if I can find that camera.
That's pretty cool looking, sir.
I see with my hand and found it.
Now I know what the little people felt like
Yeah,
They just
Gulliver,
a
huh?
little bit. It's like, oh, the fingers coming in. It's like, oh.
I got it sitting on a camera, and I bumped the table, or sitting on the table, bumped the table. It fell, and I couldn't see where it went.
Uh-oh.
And
So
it's
you
dark.
got the camera sitting on top of
Tennessee
you got the
Roadrunner?
computer on top of the camera.
No, the computer's off to the side. The table's in front. Basically, the table I got in front of me, in front of my chair, is one of them TV trays and wooden ones.
Oh, yes, sir.
I use that for a camera stand. I need a mount, run me a mount off the wall and get a mic and all to hang off of it.
Kind of like those.
Yeah, one of them things. Yeah.
The finger pinchers.
Huh?
The little finger pincher bastards.
Yeah. Yeah, you bump it with your foot, and it almost wants to fold over and fall.
Dude, I'm so bad whenever I pick up the sides to go pick them up, I've got my fingers right in there, and then I do that, and as soon as that bar starts to slide, it's like, bam, pinch. Ah, damn it. Okay.
Yeah, I told Vicky I was going to put screws and wood glue in them. She goes, what if we want to put them up? I said, they've been out here in this room unfolded for 3 years. When are we going to put them up?
About the time you glue them.
Yep. For some reason, I saw where people were still collecting the floppy disks, and they were saying to hang on to them. You know why that would be?
I mean, at some point, it won't matter what you're holding on to because they're going to, the magnetic on them is going to deteriorate. It just, that's why we moved on from those tapes anyway and stuff. And
yeah.
Hell, to put any game nowadays, if you wanted to put even the simplest game on, you'd have to have 100 of them to hold the information.
You remember how some of them, you know, how they'd go tick, 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 but some would go and they'd screw up and then never work again?
Yeah. I tell you, hell, hard drives aren't even diskettes anymore. You know, platter style. It's a chip.
Yep.
I got a heat sink on top of mine, but it's literally, it's smaller than a memory chip. But that's a lot of drives. That's the M.2s is what they're called.
Yeah, I want to go to them. I got two small ones. The ones in this computer of mine are small, look like hard drives out of a laptop. One of them's a solid state, and the other's a
like
disc.
these.
Yeah.
You guys remember that those floppies used to be like 8 inches before they went down to the 3.5 inch, 4-inch floppies. Then they had miniature floppies.
5 1/4. Hell, dude, that was old Oregon Trail. Dude, you used to have to pick out your big old 5 1/4 floppy because it was like waiting for the load the next stage, and it'd be like, oh shit. Okay, get the next one. Stick it in there. Okay, next now.
Yeah, those ones. Real flimsy things.
Backup took forever.
Right.
Be glad when they go to just doing away with hard drive there and just put slots like RAM almost. You just load your whatever you're going to have in there in that area and be done with. That way you can replace segments of it if it goes bad.
In our lifetimes, we've seen a lot of formats of stuff. I mean, you know, like 78, 33, and 45 records and cassettes and 8 tracks and reel to reel and, you know, CDs, all this. Then you got those floppies and the changes of that, the beta and VCR, you know, and the old on TV and HBO. And then
a lot of the last 50 years been a lot of change. Just think of the 50 years from 1850 to 1900. They went from horse and everything to motorized electricity and
good innovation, man. And you know, that's what I love about the Paul Harvey. Yesterday I was sitting there going through Paul Harvey's collection, and so I would just put them on play, and one of them that he came up with that it was talking was Evinrude. Good old Evinrude motors.
Yeah.
You know, so now you'd say Evinrude. Well, what is that? Okay, so now here's the thing with Paul Harvey. He tells the story of how that even came to be. Why would you put a motor on a boat like that? And actually what drove Evinrude to end up designing that motor was that his new wife, they were on one side of a lake, And there was a shop across the lake that sold ice cream, and she wanted some ice cream. So he said, well, I'll go get it. And he was going to kind of like show off that he could row fast enough to get across there. Well, he did. And everybody that was at their little party and stuff was like, oh, wow, he made it over there. Well, he got the ice cream. And as he come back, when he got back to the thing, they were all excited going, wow, you made it. But it was all melted in liquid. Well, they laughed, not so much at him, but he always felt like he got laughed at. And so it made him think, and just a few years later is where he actually invented Evinrude motors.
Wow.
And made it, because it's like, okay, well, it won't melt again. I'll figure out how to way around that so that won't happen again. And bam, ended up making an outboard motor for a boat. And there you go. And here we are in 2022 using Evinrude motors on boats.
Yep.
So it just makes you kind of go, so what does encourage a thought that what we see now, it's like the guy that thought of a CD and to create the CD format. And it's like the beginning thought of that, who kind of went, hey, you know, we're going to need to figure out another way to store things or to put things on. And let me check. Oh, I wonder how this will be. And you just kind of wonder what little moment in life sparks that thought.
Whatever inspires you drives you, huh?
Yeah. Well, because it's like that. You know, you think melted ice cream is actually what flustered Evinrude enough to become Evinrude motors like we know. So it went from Bob on the corner nobody to all of a sudden this is a world-renowned name for decades. Only because he got really flustered over getting laughed at over melted ice cream.
Well, during wartime, you remember World War II, everybody jumped in on the bandwagon to make 1911s. We got Singer 1911s. You have all these different businesses took on the platform of making 1911s for the war. There's so many weird brands of them out there, and some of them are worth a lot.
Well, and I think we as people, we were more inventive, and like we were talking earlier, more imaginative. You know, more of a thinker.
Yeah.
You know, we've now become we're accepting of things that are offered to us that are supposed to ease life, and for some reason we find that need. You ever wonder about that sometimes? How you end up now with things that you'll look at and go, "Oh yeah, no, I need that," but then to reflect on that for a little bit. Exactly what point in life did you go from here to need? There you go, Chuck. There's one. I need my phone. I need my phone.
Mine is basically a phone. I can do a lot of stuff with it. I always got the data turned off. And through the day, I'll grab it if I go somewhere. Sometimes I leave it here, but it's not a have-to thing. I still treat it like a phone, but my wife, she's always like this. I'll be on here. You seen earlier, she was in her texting for work. She was on her phone sitting in a room with me with it up on the screen.
Yep. Well, it's that mindset somewhere. We went from looking at something and then going, "Ooh, I want to learn how to paint. Ooh, I want to learn how to build that. Ooh, I want to, learn how to go fishing. Ooh, I want to go do something." To, well, okay, well, what's available? And it became a complacency, and that's so weird.
Quit showing your butthole to everybody.
That's the cat's meow.
Oh, he loves Chuck.
He's such a cute cat.
To me and everybody else, he don't like anybody. Ricky comes over, their friends or company comes over, he follows them around and hisses at them.
See, outlandish. Now computers don't even have CDs in them. Everything is downloaded off the net for programs which are now all called that. That's it, outlandish. And actually, it's ironic because the new Windows 11, you don't even really own it.
Yep. That's what I was shocked whenever I bought a new laptop and it didn't have the place to put a CD in it. And I was like, because I was going to watch a movie
on candy
just on the computer. Nope. No, now they want you to
candy.
Go to something on the computer and watch it through that.
I bought a little external one, USB external. That's what I'll plug in.
Yeah.
And I use because it's like I still install Windows. Well, I haven't done one here lately. Windows 11, I don't even think you get it. There's not even a CD or anything available like that. It's a digital download even for 11. They want to upgrade mine to 11. Microsoft pings it every now and then, but there's a certain module on motherboards that Windows is looking for, and it's called a TRM module. Well, I intentionally turn mine off. So every time they ping it, it's like, oh, yeah, you're not, you can't, you don't meet the requirements like you damn skippy. I know. You don't have to ask that of mine. You ain't upgrading mine. I bought Windows 10 Professional to leave my shit alone.
Hey, Mom.
Didn't even want to buy that. I had Windows 7 Professional.
How hard is it to find that and turn it off?
In the BIOS. Boot up in your BIOS.
I'll look it up and do it then.
And look for your TPM module. Then it'll be capital letters TPM.
That'd be one of the things I have to call you about.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't upgraded to 11. I keep hearing people having so many problems when they do that.
Well, I mean, my 2 cents. One, it's the same platform that they did across mobile and everything. So it's became a universal platform, is the way I'd put it, because they're cross-platforming stuff. So you're getting a code that's basically written to cater to multiple devices, and that's not the way that should be. And then you're also losing control in decisions on the way you want your computer to be, because Microsoft's slowly taking more control. And I gotta say, I saw some shit in one of the little Microsoft tech forums that I've been a member of, that they exposed some of the Microsoft, the policy, the whole way that they promote internally now is off of the whole equity thing, and the people that they're promoting to work on projects in this and Microsoft projects. It's all based off of equity, so it's not even like skill levels anymore.
Wow.
And I wish Ubuntu or Fedora or somebody with Linux Mint would kind of really pick up the ball and just finish incorporating a few more things, and then people could run Linux like a Windows.
Yeah, they never have stepped up. I got into it years ago, probably 25 years ago, tried to get into it, and it's too much work to do stuff.
Well, I will say this, on a home user level, like if all you're wanting to do is say you surf the internet, you do emails, print out a few things here and there, maybe watch a movie, you can pretty much download Linux Mint right now and load it up. Man, it's awesome. It's pretty, got a very familiar layout for desktop. For me, it's the more things that, for personally, some of my games, some of that stuff, some of the other apps don't, but there's a lot of the streaming apps that already work with Linux. So, I mean, it's worth a shot, because it's like Linux Mint. You can actually download it, just put that on a little flash thing and just boot up to the flash drive. You don't even have to install it. Just run it off that flash drive and sit there and play around with it. It auto detects your hardware, picks up most of all your stuff. So
I need to check it out. I ain't messed with it, like I said, in 25, 27 years. I think 95, 97 last time I fooled with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, come a long way since then, for sure. Yeah, that was back in the days when, man, you used to have to go in and root script all kinds of shit to get it to work. Now it's got a pretty good install interface. Sorry, I know there's probably some boring shit for you.
Oh, this is totally interesting.
Cindy.
Hey, Cindy. Or hey, Eric.
Cindy, Eric.
Hello, Eric. Hello, Cindy.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Mama.
Hey, Eric. Mama T.
Hello, Mama T.
Yeah, I remember when Windows 98 was a shit, and I didn't want to touch anything forever, and it just got to be impossible to use and had to go up.
Hey, man, 98 second edition. To me, to this day, that was the best one ever.
I think I had the 98 second edition, black edition, I think, or something like that.
Something like that. I know that ME Microsoft sent me ME to test, and luckily I never did. By the time I got it, because it got mismailed to the state park, I had to get it. So by the time I got it, there was enough responses on the forums at the time
That you knew
in the
better.
technic that they were going, oh my God, and all this stuff about how bad it was. And I'm like, yep, not even going to bother.
And then what? Windows 7 was the next good. Oh, this is awesome. No, it ain't.
Yeah, well, what made it awesome, it was better than ME.
Yeah. That's kind of like saying stubbing your right big toe is better than stubbing your left big toe. But
yeah,
I put off all those updates so long they eventually snuck them into me in the middle of the night.
oh yeah, turn off all them updates. And now, yeah, you don't even get asked. And it's so funny because I remember back in the day, the biggest gripe was it was like, shit, man, they don't ever want to update nothing except for what they figured would call critical. You'd always have to keep going and checking for an update. And then all of a sudden now it's like, well, wait a minute, there hadn't been an update in a while. Oh no, they've been doing that in the back end. You have no idea what all has been going on.
XP was awesome too. Yeah, Josh.
Yeah. And look, I can tell Navy was jacking around on the server side of things because, see, that's the only kind of people that like 2000 was server type people, administration type people.
Yeah.
IT guys, they like 2000. Mm-hmm.
I fooled around with some of 2000 stuff was all right, but it was like you had to work around a lot of shit. And I don't even remember all the stuff I had to do. That's 20 years ago now. So I remember I put XP or second edition. I kept them around until it wouldn't allow me to get on some of the games I wanted to get on.
Well, I want to say 2000 or was it 2000? No. Well, because see, 2000 and ME right in there, but I want to say that's when the introduction of the user account control, the UAC thing, the whole password username thing started to affect.
Yeah.
That's when they introduced that into there. Yeah, there were some funny stories from way back then. I can't remember. I know that like Linus Torvald, he threw a fit whenever they first wanted to introduce passwords. That pissed him off. He didn't see the need for passwords. But then this is the open source guy. So it's like Apple. That's why I got a personal attitude against Apple. Steve Jobs. I remember when that arrogant prick used to talk about how Bash taught Microsoft because, oh, that's proprietary. It's Apple. Look, we're for the people. We're open. And it's like, what? And then all of a sudden they really kind of take off. And next thing you know, you hear people bitching about, well, I can only play in iTunes music. And it was like, oh, I'm sorry. What happened to your whole open source shit? Because I can take my little Microsoft computer and play an MP3 from anybody. But, Steve Jobs. So.
Vista. I don't think I ever had Vista, but and I see where there's different preferences. Josh the gamer, he's tech, and Navy Vet seems to be, and they're both saying different. I think it's just like anything else. It's
age level.
Oh, is that could be?
See what Kino posted. Shift Kicker's going to do her live stream coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the age of what the introduction on whichever window you'd probably come into. That's why Josh, with his age, I could see XP being that platform he was probably introduced to. Just to suck. Well, that's pretty cool. Shit, what are you gonna do? Just talking, paneling, or are we ticking?
What was it used to be? Was it Alt F4 or something? And I remember people were doing it in games. Telling, oh, you get a bad graphics hit, I don't know, it was like Alt F4, Alt F12 or something like that. It would automatically.
Alt F4 shuts closing the program.
It was one of the ones we did where force shut it down completely. It just like somebody pushed the button and turned it off, and I can't remember what combo that was.
Well, it's like right now on your computer, if you're on a PC and you're looking at StreamYard and stuff, if you go up there and go Alt F4, what it'll do is it's going to close your whole browser program. It's going to go, because that's what it is. It's closing program. Now, Control-Alt-Delete used to just automatically kick out the computer. Nowadays, it just pops up the menu for you to select, okay, what do you want to do? Task manager, want to log out. But it used to just cycle a computer, so you could tell people to Control-Alt-Delete.
Yep, that was it. All that for like you talking about Navy, talking about that was what they'd be under. My graphics suck right now. Hit all that for it'll straighten it out. And it
I used to pull up the task manager and tell you what processes were running.
Actually, they still do now. They've changed MS config, and you don't go to there for the start menu and the boot up sequence. Now you go through Task Manager and start a boot up sequence. They've shifted that.
Yeah,
Right,
Navy.
that's your Navy bit. Alt F4 for extra gold.
Yeah. Get them dumbasses in World of Warcraft to do that.
I was going to say, it sounded like Navy vet was playing a little bit of WoW there.
I played a long time. Right after Burning Crusades come out, I started the day of.
Shit, dude, I beta tested that game. Believe it or not, here's a funny story for you, just to show you how weird the mindset of gaming. See, everybody thinks kids in gaming. So right before WoW came out, there was a game called Asheron's Call by Microsoft.
Yep, I remember
it. There was a whole shift of us at a pipe yard making pipe. I'm talking people on the production line, on the quality line. I was a millwright, and we would at work during the shift, and I was the millwright, so I moved different departments. So I was kind of the main. I was the message. That's how we would set up, and then do that on our days off because we shift work. So on our days off, that's actually what we would do, is be playing Asheron's Call, and then Blizzard came on the scene with WoW, and then started beta testing that. And then I ended up getting everyone going, hey man, we ought to go check that out. So then we started playing that for the longest time.
There was something before that.
Bonnie didn't get it. If you were to tell somebody Alt plus F4, it would shut their computer down. You'd be telling them they get free gold, and when they go to do it, it just kills their game.
Oh.
Yeah, hit Alt F4.
Yeah, Alt F4 is a Windows command to close a program. And that's what I was saying a while ago. Like right now, if you're on a computer looking at StreamYard on your browser, if you did Alt F4, it would close your browser. And then you would be like, boop, and you'd have to kind of start that back up. Well, if you're playing a game and you get these little newbies that would say, well, hey, I want this, I want that. And then you kind of in chat go, oh, well, just hit Alt F4. Well, when they do it, it's going to close the game. And then you kind of laugh because then they come in, they're grappling, like, man, that wasn't cool. That closed it. You kind of laugh and going, well, you're more.
Yeah.
Yeah, half of them
I appreciate you, Keno.
Sorry.
No, I just tell him, Keno, I appreciate him, man. He's always posting our links and stuff.
Yeah, thanks for channel love, guys.
Shift kicker retired today. I don't know if it's today, but she's fully retired now. Awesome.
Oh, awesome.
Congratulations, Shiv. Wonder if she'll be taking us on some bike rides when she does her channel. She rides a motorcycle.
I never got into video games much. I remember, Pong, what was that, 74, 75? I remember, what was it, Commodore 64 or something? I remember the 80s when they, had the video game, were asked, the arcade ones, when that was a big deal. But I never got into video games much. I'm lost when you guys talk about those.
Yeah. Sorry, Shift Kicker's been retired for 3 months. Well, happy retirement. Hey, Chuck, where'd you go?
Whoops, there went Chuck.
He hit Alt F4.
I thought that she's been retired for a minute, but...
Well, I didn't know that. I just saw it in chat tonight, so that's why I said something. Sorry.
Well, we just went with it.
Well,
Still,
she corrected me.
congratulations.
She
Still welcome.
corrected me, so I'm just saying I'm
You know, that's
incorrect.
weird because one night my internet went out, and so I went out. And then when I got it back working and I came back in, everybody was still up here talking and, oh, you're back. Like it just kept going. It's like, well, all right, I didn't lose everybody because I was thinking, uh-oh, there went everybody. We were having a good conversation.
Oh shit! Chuck had a power outage.
Oh,
Oh
darn.
wow.
We're getting weather again, Chuck. That's last night whenever he was saying it was looking a little weathery. And so I looked and there was a cell, a huge cell, like from him all the way to Tennessee. I said, can that just blow over this way a little?
Just a little rain, just a little.
Well, we have a pretty good chance. I think it's Monday and then a cold front. And like temperatures drop like crazy. Big high in the
How,
60s.
and what does your temperature drop to, Bonnie?
I think the high is in the 60s and the low in the 40s. That's cold for us, Dorinda.
Well, that's kind of normal for this time of year for me.
Well, when you go from 90 to that, it's kind of a shocker.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
because
it's nothing big.
I'm a little more up north than Camo Carl, and I'm in Canada.
It's
Yeah,
in the
that's-
30s here right now.
Goodness.
I haven't checked outside today. It's cold.
It's 71 right now here.
We're down to 66 here.
So Monday is when it's jumped up to 80%. So there's a pretty good chance of rain Monday. It keeps
It's
changing.
just above freezing here right now.
Oh wow, we're supposed to drop down to around 54.
Well, we had freezing the other night, Camo.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
cooler
yeah.
than me over there.
I've seen frost a couple nights.
Well, I'm stepping down, you guys. Have a great night. I love you, Bonnie. I will watch tomorrow.
Love
Good
you
night,
too.
Dorinda. Stay warm.
Good
I
night.
will.
No, ma'am.
Get to
Get
bed.
you some rest.
I will. I got to work tomorrow. That's the only reason I'm going to bed now.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Dorinda. Wolverines!
Wolverines!
Look at that. The northern people are tough. Navy vet. 46 outside right now. Got the window wide open beside me, sitting here with bare feet. I'd be freezing.
Hey, there's Miss Connie.
Connie. Joyful.
Joyful. And Connie. Cool cats.
Yeah, you know, I think your chickens are going to be famous, Rescue. I think they're going to be well known.
Hey, I'm gonna try to see if I can, depending on how the money thing goes, I'm gonna see about maybe even getting a little Raspberry Pi board deal with a little Wi-Fi camera out of one of these laptops. I'm gonna take apart. I'm gonna try to do do a 24-hour stream type thing.
Are you going to let them know that you basically survive on chicken noodle soup?
I'm sure they're gonna figure it out as their cousins disappear.
You're still doing that chicken noodle soup?
Yes, ma'am. A little bit. I've been slowly crossing the line with like eggs and a little bit of sausage. And like last week, I ate a little bit of etouffee.
I tried to create a trend to where some of these gals that know all this cooking would can you up some homemade chicken soups and send it to you. I don't think it caught on, did it?
Oh, I don't know. There's been quite a few that offered, and I don't want to take away from nobody.
Oh, but homemade chicken noodle
Oh, yeah.
soup is on a whole nother level.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that.
Yes, you can have the link, Chuck. Sorry. Where's my mouse? There it is.
Oh,
My,
yep.
my granddaughter's got the littlest arrow mouse thing you ever saw, and trying to find that, it's white on a white screen, and I'm blind.
So, yeah.
Here you go, Chuck.
I don't know what
That chicken soup thing, though, it reminds me of this movie. It's called Nim's Island. Have you ever watched that?
ma'am, which one? I'm sorry.
NIMH or HM.
NIMS. Nim.
Okay.
Nims.
Nim's
Oh,
Island.
yeah.
It is a really cute movie. It's this lady that she won't leave her house for nothing. She has 20 bottles of hand sanitizer everywhere. She's a germaphobe, and all she eats is canned soup. And this little girl is on an island, and she gets hurt, and so she goes way out of her safe zone and to help the little girl on the island. It's pretty good. Chuck,
You
it's
just reminded me of some archaeological dig I saw in a documentary years ago, where it was like Greenland or maybe Nova Scotia, but this colony of people went there and lived on this island well over 100 years ago, and they all died. And they exhumed some of the bodies, and they all died from lead poisoning. They all lived off of canned food so long that they killed themselves because they used to seal the cans up with lead. There was big piles of rusted leaded cans next to the graves and everything.
oh wow.
Wow. By the way, Bonnie, was somebody backstage?
Yeah, it was Chuck, but his device wasn't connecting.
Oh, I just thought I'd heard that. Don't. Hey, Josh, no worries, brother. I'm glad you had a good time up there and try to help bring a smile to your face, young man. That's all.
Yeah, on this computer, it makes that. I was wondering how to make it do that on my other computer, and this one it just does it naturally.
Your
I
browser
dropped
notification.
I dropped my laptop, and so they can hear me, but I can't hear them. I
Oh,
don't know what happened, but there he is.
Yeah,
That was
bullshit. Phone being picky about what they'll let me use.
so you got bad weather, or just like something? Maybe somebody tagged a pole or something, or
I think it's one of them Joe Biden things.
oh, y'all got rolling blackouts up there?
I didn't think we do, but it's darker than hell out here. Ain't a light nowhere. Let's see if I turn the camera on.
No street lights or nothing.
Look,
Wow.
Well, we know it's
there ain't
not an
no,
EMP because none of your devices would work.
Yeah, that's
it's like walking into a closet out here.
So your whole neighborhood and everything is just pitch black.
Yep. I'll see if I see a light anywhere.
I've seen transformers go. The brightest blue light I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah, if somebody hits a pole here, like
Yeah, it's
from here to half the town is gone.
Oh, is that a street light?
no, it's a moon up there, and that little ass motion lights I had out here. I just realized they don't work anymore. It's got two little tiny bulbs left.
Hey, what's up, Pete? How are you?
There's all kind of stars in the sky.
You
Hey, Pete.
awesome lady.
Yep.
John said, time to turn on the generator.
Good to see you, V.
Everybody's running around with phone lights.
Yeah, where's prepping 101 when you need them?
You know what? That's the best thing I got at Tractor Supply. They had these little lanterns, and you pull up the top, and it's got the LED lights in it. I think it runs off of batteries, but
These little dudes right here are worth their weight in gold, little headlamps.
yep,
And then what you do is you get the ones that take the 18650s, those batteries, and you
yes.
can get them at most of the vape shops or anything like that. You can pick up those and get you a recharger, and then bam.
Oh, cool.
Who's that?
Well, this was a little $5
Halo light. What y'all think of this?
lantern.
There
Hey,
you
that's
go.
cool.
Hey, Chuck, your halo's square.
That's because I'm broke. There you go. Looks like something off Tron.
If you're not careful, you're going to transport your head into another universe or something.
Yeah.
Hey,
This is one of them cooler lights. I had the cooler and somebody wanted to borrow it, let them borrow it, and I still got the light to it.
the electric Viking.
Here, get that out of my eyes. Here, you want to walk around the house, see if it lights it up.
Hey, Bonnie, Guardian was wondering, did you get Guardian's email?
Guardian, I haven't yet because I need to still set up my Proton here.
This is a good example of the technological differences from when we were kids and to kids today. I remember when I was a kid, like this 1965 G.I. Joe Jeep had a spotlight on it, dude. I mean, it really lit up. You could light it up. You know, you could be in your room in the dark, and it was a flashlight built in. Then I went to the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus once, and I got this flashlight that was a gun, man. It was a plastic little gun, but it was a flashlight. When you pulled the trigger, man, it had a little light. And I thought that stuff was great. You know, that was high-tech stuff to me when I was a kid. Now look what they got.
Yeah, I got 3 of them lights that come with this little solar generator. Then I got the solar generator starter sitting next to it, see?
Yeah, I need
But
to
it-
get the wicks and oil for my lanterns.
I got all that candles in here and stuff, but this is that thing Rabbit sent me. I don't know if he sent you one of them, that little light set up with the little battery pack thing you charge up. It's got a solar panel that goes with it.
No, I don't get the cool stuff. But I had bought those
That's what I
lanterns
brought
just
these
for
for.
decoration and realized they actually work. What are those?
Battery backups.
Oh, okay. Cool.
That way, USB, phone stuff.
Yep.
This one's actually got a little meter, so the minute it picks up vibration, it kicks on to tell me to charge.
See, my mother bought me one of those Patriot solar chargers, and I was so excited when I got that for Christmas. It didn't work. It never worked.
Well, I plugged my cell phone into that thing, and I thought it would charge the cell phone, and it's dropped the battery life from 38 to 24 in that quick amount of time.
Wow.
It's
It
brutal,
stole the energy out of my phone instead of charging it.
I'm down to 34%, and I've been plugged in. Being on a panel sucks the power right out of your phone.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
gonna turn the cam off. It's probably a lot of it.
Yeah, the video.
It makes my phone so hot I can't even hold it. That's kind of scary because then I think it's going to blow up.
It can. It's got that lithium battery in it.
Yep.
And if it does catch on fire, just throw it outside. Don't put water on it and be around it.
Yeah. I've seen
Night
that
shift,
with
Pippa.
electric cars.
Shift, have a good night. Get you some rest.
Good night, Chef. Try to be at your live.
Night shift kicker.
Is that tomorrow?
Hell, y'all, I guess I'm gonna get off it. My phone's at 20% now.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Chuck.
Later, y'all. If it comes back on, I'll see you in a minute.
Okay.
All right, Chuck.
Bye.
Later, Chuck. Hope to get his power
Uh-oh.
straight.
Here it
Yeah.
comes.
Okay.
Hey, D.
What's
Hey.
up, B?
Hi, Rescue. Good to see you.
How are you, man?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Hey,
Howdy.
hello,
Stop
hello,
cowgirl
hello.
that.
Yep. My uncle surprised me yesterday with a visit from Idaho. And he's 76, I found out. And we were visiting another uncle. He's been in a local care home, and he's 83. And he's doesn't remember a lot, you know. And so my uncle took him out of the place today, and we went and had lunch, and then we went to his care home today and all had dinner. But I played the piano. None of us were hungry because we just ate lunch, you know. And we were in town for a couple hours because we didn't want to drive all the way home and then drive back down. And so anyway, but it's really sad to see somebody in that state that was once, you know, on top of the world. Just
Oh, I know.
his
My
mind is,
stepdad.
yeah, you do
It's-
know. So
Yep.
it's heartbreaking. It's hard. But his wife is going through some pulmonary stuff, and they're going to try to get over to Denver. So I'm sitting here making them up some essential oil roller bottles right now. So I had a few minutes. I thought I'd bop in. Seemed like everybody was bopping out, and I heard you go, "Oh," when Chuck said goodbye. Goodbye, Chuck and Shift Kicker. And I was just going to bop on for a few and say hi. And I saw it was raining. Man, earlier when I was driving, I was watching your panel, Bonnie. I said, "Oh my gosh, look at the panel Bonnie has on right now." I wanted to say hi, and I just couldn't do anything. Hi, Kiss Off. Hi, y'all. Good to
Well, I
see you.
appreciate you coming up, D. I know it's been an unusual night, but very
You
much
didn't plan it?
appreciated.
You didn't ask all our smart,
No,
prepping
they
community men
just
come on
came
around?
and graced us with
Come
their
back.
presence.
I was loving that.
I'm still trying to figure out what D wants. She's being awful sweet.
Yeah, you know, one of these days I'll have my ask, Carl. I'm storing them up, okay? I'm storing up favors. One of these days I'll be calling them in. I'll say, "Get your asses on your motorcycles and get out of here, or your horse, or whatever it takes, and come help us save California." We need to do it
I don't think
systematically
they'd
in every
even let
state.
me
I think,
drive
don't you
my.
think? If we just all
They wouldn't even let me drive my truck in your state. I don't think.
and hop in with somebody else who can. Hey, Mama T, did you guys
If
have great
only I could
conversation?
tell.
I heard some. I was trying to listen, but it was raining men, and I was like, "Wow, look at this panel." Did I mention that already?
Yes. So, Dee, did I hear you say you were playing the piano at the home?
Yes, I was playing this really beautiful baby grand Yamaha piano for the people while they ate their dinner, and they really loved it. But I was
I bet they
fidgeting with,
did.
yeah, I'll have to go back because my cousin shamed me yesterday on Facebook, and it's a heartbreaking story, but I'll try to get through it and not drag it out real long. In bullet points, I said, "My uncle's coming." You probably saw my post. I said, "My uncle's coming, the patriarch of my family," is what I said, Rescue, okay? Well, he's not the oldest, okay? The one who's the oldest is the one who's in the care home and has dementia, okay? And so his daughter, who's my cousin, got really upset and took my post and shared it and put above it, "Safe travels, but the real patriarch of the family is sitting alone in Timber Ridge in room 215, always up for a game of Spice and Malice or whatever, you know, that game is."
Oh
And
my goodness. You are the first person I've ever heard that knew what that was. It's a
I don't
card
know the
game.
game, but yeah.
Yes.
Well, Bonnie,
My
he's 83.
grandmother and I
Okay. He's
we
83
played
years
that all
old, so they. Oh yeah, our family plays all the games. We never played that one, but they did so. And my auntie that just died, Renate, my German auntie, this is my uncle was, they were married. And so as soon as she passed, they said, my cousin said, I guess they decided they weren't going to have a memorial here because nobody really knew my auntie here. Because they moved her from Fallbrook up to here after they both just got so bad. I'm sure it's from this, and I'm sure she also passed from this. So I'm very pissed, and I haven't had a lot of ability to talk to them because I was actually on the courthouse steps once waving the flag, and my cousin was walking down the street, her husband, my cousin by marriage, and he was wearing a face diaper outside on a sunny day, and I'm out there waving the flag, and he's in one of my videos because I stop it because he walks up, and that's when he told me that oh yeah, they all got it and they gave it to my 16-year-old little cousin, their daughter. And I was like, why? And he's like, well, you go to Europe with the Girl Scouts, just like my other cousin did, achieved that great success with the cookies and all that shit a couple of years ago. But I'm sorry. So what? Guess we're not going to Europe with the Girl Scouts this year.
Yeah,
I can't even talk to them. Their mom
I
has.
know.
I'm pissed off. They said there's no one here to go to her memorial. I haven't sent a card. I think she died. My other auntie that's here said she thinks it was maybe April or May. So I know my cousin's pissed. We haven't visited. We visited them all at the house before my auntie passed, like a week before she died. And then they put him in Timber Ridge, and I haven't visited him yet. So I'm definitely going to go back and play the piano more for those people. So I'll end it on that positive note. I'm going to go back and play the piano for those people, okay? Because it was really fun. Even though I was dinking around with stupid technology because I really don't have a lot of songs by memory, especially if I'm nervous or out of element, that doesn't last long once I start playing, but when I don't, when my brain just shuts down, when I really need it to work like that, like, okay, Dee, think of a song. I know a few of them by heart, but then I'm there and it's just like that nervousness.
Do you need a few music books? You want me to send you a few music books?
Oh, you got those, huh? Or you got some music books in all of your collections? I was watching some of your stuff one morning when I got up. I lurk in the mornings when I wake up, but I'm too tired to engage sometimes. I'm just like, oh, shit, they're all still talking. Cool. Who's here? I'm in there sometimes, but you know what? I just can't say hi because then I might miss someone, and
Oh yeah, I don't blame you. Most of the time, I've been over here on Bonnie's and I lurk. I don't say anything. Most of the time, I'm just listening.
Yeah, I was hoping you were if you was up.
I don't always feel like participating.
You what?
Well, most of it is. So if I'm sitting up, like when I stream and I do it on my computer, it's different because then I got my keyboard. But like a lot of times I'm sitting back or I'm laying back while I do it on this damn phone. Well, I can't chat on that phone. So then I just turn it and I just listen.
Yeah,
because then like the other day, matter of fact, yesterday or day before, I was trying to talk to some people and I hated it because on the damn thing, I don't have my little emos. So I can't even do a little peace sign or nothing. All I can do is type. I just
no
emos. I hate the phone thing.
It's challenging on the phone. It's a lot easier just to get on a panel and talk when you're on the phone.
Yeah.
I chat. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to people, but I love y'all.
Indeed.
Everybody.
The more I hear about the pokey, the more I just, because my son and his kids, his whole family did that just for a cruise. Just to go on a stupid cruise. And it just, it's heartbreaking because you don't know.
Yep. If they
I
got
am biting my tongue right now because I don't want to get Bonnie's channel in trouble.
Well,
okay, make us guess. Keep us in suspense, Carl. That's what we
Every
like. To do.
every day I cruise my sources and see reports of athletes, young people, entertainment people, all walks of life that just suddenly die, and every one of them's had that thing, and the mainstream is ignoring it,
Yep.
and that's criminal. They're part of it, and
See,
Yes, they are.
it's
I don't know if
it's
they're
got to
ignoring
come
it or
to
they're just intentionally not telling us because they know the data's slowly coming out. They just suppress it. Because, dude,
oh,
can you imagine the
I
reactions?
pray for accountability is what I do.
Oh,
It's gonna happen.
that's what they're afraid of. Because I mean, if you could like for an hour just broadcast just the data, just the true data. Here's the real numbers. Here's the real data. The repercussions for that. That's why they won't. That's why it won't happen. That's why hell that little old Ron Johnson dude. Hell, he's been having to go around with town halls just to try to get people in a town to know the side effects and all the shit that's been going on. You don't hear anything about him because even the local papers, that media shit, dude, that was the worst thing. We lost control of that. That was every TV. You just have people set in their ways. You got
yep.
CNN repeating the same bullshit, and you got people drinking coffee every morning going, well, yeah, they said that this is still a problem. So there you go. It's like, what? Sad.
It is.
Very sad because, excuse me, it's true. Excuse me. The media does block it because there's no one reporting any injuries here or deaths. Like it's always because of they're. In matter of fact, yesterday I saw they're ramping up. Oh, there was so many cases and tests and all this bullshit again yesterday. Oh, here we go. I thought, great. What is that static? Is that me? Is that a scanner? Has someone got their scanner on? Is that you? Whose
I
scanner is that?
mean,
Well, it's like what was it, the Pfizer representative over in another country? I forgot whose parliament they were in. Flat out just admitted going, oh yeah, there was no really test. We didn't know if this wasn't nothing about it, if it was working or not. There was no test done. But see, but yet
Oh,
you
yeah.
would think under normal like thinking that, well then wow, if a journalist or a reporter over here were to see that, well that would become like nationwide news. You would want to tell the citizens, you would want to enlighten people, or would you? There you go.
And that's probably why the attack on the MSM, Mr. T, for so long, because that is how people get their information. Most, well, no, not most people, those people out there that aren't in here listening to these discussions. And
Yeah.
I mean, even that's the way my mom and stepdad are, but my mom, she was adamantly against it from the get-go, but my stepdad got it. Anything he sees on TV, oh, I gotta get that. It's like, wait a minute.
The mind control is real, y'all. It's scary how real it is. That's what scares the shit out of me more than anything else is how mind control. If people realized if they just lived out in the middle of nowhere and they never seen so much of this, like a guy did a story about trans, that whole thing, and it's like where are these ideas coming from? You don't just conjure it up yourself if you're like a surfer on the beach every day. You're not like, I
That's the
need to put some
metropolitan area.
stuff in my body and cover my mouth because that's going to keep me healthy. What'd you say? I'm sorry, I talked over you. What?
Metropolitan cities. It's the metropolitan areas, the
is.
population levels, and then you
Exactly
have
right.
just a small little crowd. But because most people are non-confrontational, so then that little bitty group seems
Nice
like it
word,
has a
baby.
loud voice, and so then they end up creating enough chaos that people that don't like confrontation just become real subservient and go and they just sit quietly by. Well, now you have certain areas where these people have basically taken control.
Yep.
And
Totally.
the majority in that area aren't happy, but they're not confrontational. So since they're non-confrontational, they go, oh, I don't know. Well, then that actually starts feeding the other side too, because then you're ending up with people that are looking for somebody else to solve the problem.
Or they move to the country. Those people get out of like my husband and I did. We got
Yeah.
out of the city. We
And I got
consider our survivors. Actually,
Yeah.
Chicago, I'm a survivor. You damn right, honey.
Right.
I'm a survivor. Oh yeah, you know
Well,
it too.
they just did it with fear, and then
Yeah.
now it's so what it so, and that's my best friend that got it, that has the blood clots in her lungs and legs, and so now her fear is the other way around because she did, and
Right. Right. We
it's
knew that
just
was
so
going to happen.
Just messing with bioweapons of any type should be a crime against humanity.
Well, fear is
yes.
instilling fear is a felony. So that is a lot of what these public servants are going to be held liable for. That's what a lot of the suits are about. Instilling fear is a crime. I have the code somewhere up at the house.
They're trying to liquidate us. It's a population control.
Oh yeah. Oh, so
Yeah.
yeah, my auntie, she's on all kinds of pills. I'm pretty sure they probably took the thing because she's in the medical field. Although she did say she's he's my uncle 70s, and my she was an OBGYN. They never had any kids though. But she's got like 6 pulmonary diagnoses with her lungs, and she said she's had it for 9 years, so it's not anything from the last 2 years. Get out of my
Oh
feet. Get
no.
out of there. Get.
Hey, Chad.
I agree. Kiss off. It was a cool
Oh,
little
you got
dance
the ball.
move
Okay.
D had going on there.
Bonnie, can you drop the link again for Chuck?
Yes, I can.
What? A dance move? Was that dancing?
We're- Yeah, when that little deal flew through and you were like going,
Was that
ooh.
dancing? Oh,
It was a cool little dance.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
it was, what was
Yeah.
it, a moth or something that flew by you?
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I shut the door.
That was a good one. That was one of those wavy ones, like, whoa, and then you went off the screen.
Come in and almost went right in my head. It went up like almost up my nose and then almost up my eyeball.
Wonderful, wacky,
I'm like,
waving arm
oh
man.
my gosh.
That's the way I was when I would sit out on deck and do this, and those June bugs and everything would be flying at me, and I'm all flying arms everywhere and scream if they landed on me.
Looked like you're rehearsing some new dance moves or something.
Right. Well, that's what I always say. Well, I didn't know I could move like that anymore. When that coral snake was on my ankles, I didn't know I could jump like that either. 10-foot jump real quick.
My internet wants to go out on me. Go
over there, computer
Come back, internet. Come back.
window. Maybe I could.
I know. I think that's what Chuck's having problems with.
Is Milkmaid around, Rescue?
Yeah, right. It's contagious. See, you need a booster. You need a booster rooster.
I haven't seen Milkmaid in a little bit. Have you, Rescue?
Ma'am?
Have you seen Milkmaid lately?
What, earlier on Miss Tigers, when Tiger and Nikki were caning, I think I saw her in chat. I think. Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
I'm just
Sometimes
picking
I
on
have
her,
to second
Bonnie,
guess
'cause
myself, but
I'm just picking on Milkmaid because she's famous for having shitter net.
Oh.
What's up, everybody?
there you go.
Chuck,
Everything's
I see
wanting to connect to DuckDuckGo, and I'm like, it was all right until they become part of the group.
Chuck had
Each time you come up here, you sound different.
Do what?
and his beard grew like an inch since last time I seen
Yeah, you
him.
sound
Damn.
different each time you come back.
How different? Higher pitch, lower, what?
Well,
Always-
right now it's like you muffled or something.
Probably because the phone's against the bottom of my hand.
Well, that would do it.
Sort of. I'm out here, got it plugged into the charger, and it's charging up. For some reason, when I plugged it into that solar light, it drained the shit out of the battery out of this. Took it from like 45 or 49 down to 30 real quick.
I wonder what the charging milliamps are. If it's like a trickle charge, because if it was like a trickle charge on the solar, then it might have reversed it and actually been.
Yeah,
That would
might.
have drained it.
I'll have to get the book out and look at it.
I'll be right back.
By the way, I don't know. Connie was talking about, did anyone notice the YouTube format changed, or did already discuss that? I don't know. As in,
Like how? What happened? I didn't notice, but I haven't been on today much. This is the first time I really. Looks the same to
Right,
me.
maybe? That's
No,
a
I'm
good
at
point.
StreamYard. I'm at StreamYard. Sorry.
I know they keep trying to pump out that damn YouTube TV to me, and they
Yeah.
keep on some. I think the latest little thing lately has been a survey, some creator survey, and it's like, whatever, just leave me alone.
What could we do improve to keep your nose off of my channel? That's what you can do.
Well, it's sad because you can't answer the question, because if you answer that question, then they're just going to ban your ass because they're not going to like the answer. You know, everybody wants honesty until it's about them, and then you're an asshole.
Sure, got that right.
They wouldn't tell me anything I didn't know if they told me I was an asshole. So.
Now you start telling them all the little improvements. You want to know how you can make this better? Here. And here comes the long list. And about 120 pages later, all of a sudden they go, we need to get rid of him.
And you know what? I don't even want no cookies.
When?
I do, but I want Tall House fresh out of the oven. If they ain't offering that, then I don't want to hear about it.
No. I reject the cookies every time. And then when you get on a site that says, this site requires you, nope, I'm out of there, bye.
Oh,
They
so
know
Connie says that it's different on my TV. That's all I watch on TV is the YouTube format change is different. Okay, well, here's what that could be, Connie. It's not that it's so much YouTube as it is that brand of TV, and it's what's called an API. So while it's YouTube, but it's YouTube that's in an API format, which is then handed over to another third party like LG, Samsung, whoever, and then they can tweak that. And then that's your uploaded app onto that TV firmware. So it could be that they updated something with their new little layout. Like Hulu did that not long ago with, I think, the Samsung or the LG TVs, and all of a sudden they added, and it kicked out the older models, because now the older models can't run the new firmware, even though you can load up Hulu through the browser on the TV. See, because that's the difference between the Hulu app itself versus the API that they give these third-party companies.
Hell, it's went up from 10 to 32 since I've been out here in the truck.
Hell yeah.
But I got a power charger in here out here on the truck, so
your percentage. I'm sorry, I thought it was the temperature. I was like, oh wow. And then it was like, wait, no, that was percentage. My brain.
Yeah, temperature says it's 58 out here.
Yeah, we're supposed to be getting some cool temperatures whipping through at night this week.
Yeah, then next week's supposed to hit the 40s, ain't it?
Yeah. Starting around Tuesday, Wednesday, we're supposed to drop down to 45, 41, shit like that.
Yeah, I need to go get these couple of people are giving away a couple of trampolines around here and build me a frame like a Quonset hut out of them, put that that mesh that's on the trampoline over the top of it, and then cover it with some chicken wire and get me some plastic, build me a Quonset hut greenhouse.
Oh, there you go.
You can also not just go off the legs, you know, when you point them at each other and connect the legs with a long pole. You can also make it taller by adding sections to the lower half of the halves. So you
Yeah,
can
I've heard
raise it.
people say take and get you some like fencing posts, like they put on the top rail and cut them in like 3-foot pieces and put them in the ground and add like 2 or 3 feet up. That way you don't have to crawl through it.
Yep. Those big cheap poly tarps will last you a year or two on those.
Yeah, I want to
That's
see
cool.
that when you do it, Chuck.
Yeah, I passed on 2 of them already, and I talked to somebody earlier and I got 2 different ones that are fairly close. I need to go get them. One of them, well, 2 of them, the last ones had the framework and stuff around the top so dummies didn't jump out of it. You know, that fact with having that netting all the way around it, hell, you could surround it in that black, and then I got a bunch of 4-foot fencing. It's that horse wire, but it's 4 foot high. I got a bunch of it. I had enough that I could cover the top and the back of it and probably make a door out of the other end.
Well, I've made some covers for those Quonset hut style storage sheds, you know, those portable sheds they got.
Yeah.
And I just make the ends and put the doors where you put zipper doors or whatever you want on them. And then you make the tarp an extra foot bigger on each end and add a draw cord to it. So when you put the big tarp over the ends, you can cinch it down and create like an eave. And it works really well. It's a good design. So you got 2 separate end pieces and then one big square or rectangular tarp that goes over the rest of it.
That's cool. Yeah, one of the videos I was watching, people were making them that way. Then another guy was making them using that stuff, that barn metal, but it wasn't barn metal. He using the plastic clear stuff or the white clear stuff.
Oh yeah, the clear corrugated fiberglass.
Yeah, and he's covered the whole thing in it. He said it supported itself and reinforced itself. So
yeah, it would make it a lot stronger. They've got rivets, you know, if you wanted to use rivets, they've got ones that don't have a core, so they're actually watertight. They just cost a little more.
Hey, Chad, where do you live?
I was fixing to say, Chad, we would die.
Bonnie, did you look in did you only get stuff this size from me? Did you only get small sample sizes?
Yes.
Really?
Already in my medical kit.
You didn't spray nothing in it. Put something
Oh,
in it.
South Dakota for Chad.
So that's what your was too, Carl?
What was that, Bonnie?
Do you use? Sorry. Go ahead.
What Dee was showing, that's what yours was too?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay.
Was one bigger? And
One was
brown?
bigger
Black?
and brown. Yeah, and one
Brown
little.
glass. Yeah. So you didn't get a little brown glass one, Bonnie?
No,
Sure. Okay.
I'm positive.
Okay.
Here's a joke for you. Here's a joke for you guys. A guy and a girl sitting on a couch kissing and rubbing, and next thing the girl jumps up and runs upstairs real quick, comes down in a nightgown. She hollers at the boy all excited. She goes, "Did you bring protection?" He goes, "Why? What's up there?"
That's funny. Rescue, do you use the flowers, the cannabis flowers?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I do. I prefer not to do any of the other bull. So I'm an all natural. They're little pharmaceutical. Let me look in the book. Let's see, your weight's what, your age is what. Here, take this. Now stick that up your butt.
No, thank you.
Exit only, man. Exit only.
Oh, so you're
I just,
you're
you know,
you're
because
giving
they just think
giving
about it. That's all they
suppository
do.
lessons.
They just open up books and they say, okay, well, the chart says, let's see, this. Oh, wow. So you're not ideal weight. So you, okay, well, overweight. So here, just take this. They don't ever talk to you. They don't ask you anything like, what do you eat? What do you do? How often are you active during the day? Do you get out in the sun? Do you sweat a lot? No, they don't care. Just dump this shit in your system and call it a day, and we'll see you next week because we're not going to fix you because then we won't make money. This is all a long-term run.
Right. But we got to see you next week to see if
That's
you're
it.
having any side effects.
It's not a solution; it's a prescription.
Yeah, it's what do they call it? Practice. It's like, take this for a week and let me know what it does. What, you don't know what it does? I'm not taking it if you don't know what it does.
Oh well, shit, dude. These TV ones really crack me up, dude. And no offense to nobody that does this, but I'm gonna say this, so I don't mean no disrespect to anybody listening right here. But some fool ass person listens to this later, that's on you. But those commercials, dude, it's like, here, take this aspirin and it'll make your headache go away. And then all of a sudden there's this little voice and this little fine print at the bottom of the screen that's telling you that it can cause your kidneys to blow up. You might shit for 24 hours. You might throw up. Your brain's going to hurt. Your left eye might stop working. You're going to lose hearing in your right ear. But by God, that headache won't be there.
Yeah.
You'll forget all
Don't
about
forget that these potato chips may cause anal leakage.
Yeah. I mean, and people buy it and they go, when the doctor goes, hey, we'll give you this. And it's like, so did you not pay attention to all that like bad shit that could happen?
But my teeth are whiter.
All right. It's like, you know, hey, do you have an upset stomach? We'll take this. Now, it might cause, you know, your colon to inflame and you rupture inside and you could cause internal bleeding and might cause brain damage. But hey, you won't have the shits for the day.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like, at what point do you kind of go, wait a minute, this is, and yet, and think about it, dude, they spend millions and millions of dollars to broadcast that shit. And we just sit here and soak it up like, do. Oh, sorry. Hit my bullet a little
Oh
bit.
no, that was a good rant. Don't apologize for that one.
You got another one up your sleeve with that? Because that's just perfect. I remember listening to a sermon one time, and it was in the 90s, and the dude was reading it off kind of like that, but not with such fun language, such fun, colorful language. But he says, you know, I think I'd rather just have the symptom, you know, like, yeah, you think, you know,
Just take my
oh
chances.
gosh. Oh,
That's what I keep saying. My
I don't
age,
think
it's whatever happens, happens.
My husband's taking some low blood
I
pressure.
just feel so at home here. I've gotten decades of rationing because I won't go to fast food joints. I ain't had a TV since 2009. I don't subscribe to none of this malarkey. I don't put anything on my skin that ain't natural. I don't use the shampoos and detergents and stuff that people use. I don't trust none of it. It's got chemicals in there I can't even pronounce. All right. The
Yeah.
food that they're feeding people is ridiculous. You go, it's like if you go to a doctor, it's like going to get your tire fixed and they need brakes and a new muffler and your sensors are bad and they add on to stuff you weren't even needing yet.
Yeah.
I don't trust none of them. I don't trust nothing no more. That's why I like you guys. You're the same way.
Yeah.
Don't trust nothing no more.
We
Nope.
make our own shit. We make our own shit. Right?
What's sad about it, where everybody's almost getting to the fact where it's like, oh, that happens all the time.
Well,
It's like that Fireball, that liquor that people were getting into. Everybody loved that Fireball. It was like trending. And then I hear that it's got
cinnamon
antifreeze in it. All right.
What?
And then I
Oh.
tell people, hey, it's got antifreeze in that. You know, you really want to drink that? Oh, it doesn't have antifreeze in it. The company even said there's no antifreeze. Well, there was a small amount. Then they're saying, yeah, but it's just a little bit. It won't hurt you. Well, so you lied about it being in there in the first place, and now you're going to admit there's antifreeze in there. Why is it in there in the first place?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, actually, I'll chime in on that just a little bit because I can say that actually antifreeze is in a whole lot of stuff that just natural shit in the freezer, and it has to do with preservative of food.
Yeah,
And
propylene
it's in ice
glycol.
cream even. You go and get ice cream, and it's got it in there.
Yeah, a lot of things too. If this ingredient has propylene in it, and that ingredient has glycol, and you eat them together, you just made your own version.
Yep. It's food preservative style. That's where that all comes into the marketing as a preservative style.
So that's why it's a slow kill.
Why
People
what?
give me crap because I read the dang ingredients on everything I get. You know, I've actually had people in my life that are like, don't worry about that. You know, they blow it off like it's nothing. And now
So that's the
here,
stuff that they wanted you to know that had in it.
well, I mean, I'm talking decades ago this was going on. I mean, back in the 70s, Mother Earth News, all that stuff, they talked about this stuff. But it's like I've gotten so much crap over the years for being this way. I don't like to go to restaurants. I know too much about restaurants. I don't trust the person enough to cook my food. I'd rather cook my food. Hey, I'll cook food for you too. No problem. It's just something that, you know, normal people don't go for that. All right.
I watched the movie Waiting, so I see what they do in restaurants.
Chuck,
See, I don't mind going to a restaurant. It depends on which one.
I was working as a cook online at Elias Brothers, a big boy, and I hear the waitresses and hostess in the back going, "Oh, gross," and running out of the back of the kitchen. All right. And I go back there, and this dish dog that had been working there for weeks was eating the food out of the drains after you wash it off the plates in the dish room. All right. The stuff that's mixed with the cigarette butts and the napkins and all that stuff. And he was doing that just to gross the girls out. But he was such a gross individual that I wouldn't trust him to wash the plates. You know what I mean? It's like, what's he doing to those plates? You never know.
Hey Jimmy, come over and mix these potatoes up while I go over there and do this.
Oh, yeah, that type of thing.
You really want that guy in your potatoes?
No, I don't, man. And I've cooked at a lot of places. I was a cook several places, and I've worked the lower levels, and I've seen enough to know that I don't trust people.
Yep. When
Oh,
I
I
was
don't. I don't like going in the city. No, out here in the country, but then that's because you know, like the families that own the place, and most of the time you know the people that are actually even working there. So it's a little different.
That's true. But then if they get mad at you for any little thing, look out.
Oh yeah, well you know it's just common knowledge. You don't ever gripe about anything until your food's on the table.
Right?
Now I know why I never played this. I don't have any cartridges.
Yeah, I quit fast food sometime in the 90s because I discovered that at lunch, it was easy. You go down the road, get your fast food, eat lunch, and go back to work. But I was feeling drugged down. I wasn't getting no energy off the fast food. And I suspected it was the food. So I quit eating that, started bringing my lunch. And I could feel a complete difference. It didn't weigh me down after lunch hour. It gave me energy, whereas that fast food was doing the opposite.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go, you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Thank
See you
you.
later.
Take care, hon.
It was fun. I'm
See
going
you
to
later,
be
Miss
on.
B.
You're going to be
It
Tomorrow
was
running
night.
awesome seeing you.
I'll see you tomorrow, Bonnie. Right?
What
For
time?
sure. 6 o'clock Pacific.
So it'll be 8 my time.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're going to be on your channel.
Yeah, if you want to restream it too, you could.
Okay.
Liberty Cowgirl and I are doing a show at 4, and then we're doing a Cowgirl Liberty Lounge at 6.
Okay.
So I'll see you guys later. It was fun panel, Bonnie. I really liked your panel tonight. Bye, you guys. See you later.
Well, thank you, Miss B.
Bye.
I feel
Love
honored,
you.
man.
Great to see you, Rescue. Real nice to see you. Bye, you guys. Bye, Camo. Always good to see you, good man. You know that. Bye, everybody. Love you, Bonnie. Love you, Chuck. Always good to see you, Chuck.
Bye.
You take
Later.
care.
Night, ma'am.
I'm supposed to post them.
She's a mess.
Yeah, most of the food, though, I think it was just, I don't know. I see things, I see where some of it was just stupid decisions. It's kind of like back when we used to think asbestos was useful and then we found out it wasn't. It's when they decided people wanted to be able to go, man, I could make more money if I could reach more areas. It's kind of like Kentucky Fried Chicken, dude. It was like one little place, and then this is popular. I'm staying real busy, but man, I need to be able to kind of reach out. And then all of a sudden, it's reach out farther. Well, then all of a sudden, it's like, well, the food's not lasting. Well, let's figure out a way to make it last. And then you kind of find these big gray areas of what your tolerance level is to still chasing that profit. And then by the time you get to where we are nowadays, there's no moral compass. So it's nobody cares if they're screwing you over when they just want to make their money and move on.
And
That
what
same Elias brothers, that same big boy I was working at, the manager and the much younger hostess were a couple. And one night on that line, went to go get chicken out of the freezer, and there were like big 40-gallon storage tubs like you use, those Tupperware ones and stuff, but they were clear and food grade, so you could see through them. And I opened the lid, and all the chicken in that was bad. Immediately, I could smell that was a whole tub of bad chicken. And I told them as much. And they're like, no, serve it. Serve it. It's still good. I'm like, I cannot serve this chicken knowing that it's bad to people, or I can't do that. This is, all right. And I got fired that night for refusing to cook and serve this chicken. And, within 2 weeks' time, Rescue. It was in the newspaper. That's how I found out. But they were arrested for embezzlement. They had been embezzling the company for months and months. They had found a food store that they had stolen from the restaurant. They had at their house. They went to jail for that stuff. They were bad people, and they were they would cut corners that you should never cut just to scam people.
Yep. Well, there's it's that greed, and seeing that's just, I mean, you can kind of get real simplistic and biblical, kind of, because there's just a good and evil, and you know, so there's the evil side of it. And of course, we use that word for only like these real dramatic type things, so we don't see it as in evil just consists of taking your eyes off of the good. It's not like a big action that has to take event. Or you just take your eyes off of the good, and then there you go. You've already started right there. And people just, you get programmed. You want more. You need more. You know, and you get these different levels of it that are playing at each other. You know, so you end up with this financial shit, the food stuff, the family, personal, business, and everything just works on people. That's why it's really important for people to try to stay focused on positive. And it's like with the food, dude, it's natural, and you're going to have to adapt at some point. Maybe one day we can change, but it's the market too for the most part. It's like, you think that can of peas is just mineral water and some fresh peas that were grinded up and put in the can? Nope. They know that shit ain't going to last 6 months, a year. Special water. So it's just watching things.
And then what they're injecting into the chickens to make them get fatter, plumper, quicker.
God, I wish they would close Tyson down.
I saw some of the sickest things in the chicken farming industry. It's just wrong on so many levels.
Oh, you got lights, Chuck?
Yeah, I drive out of the city limits. The whole town and everything in town is out. I come over here and the Shell station's got lights. The interstate's got all their lights. Tell me this ain't some planned shit.
So it's just in your side of the city limit part that's out?
It looks like it.
Drive it down.
They just came around and redid everybody in our areas and put them new meters in.
Oh.
No.
I'm gonna head the other way and see what I see.
I'm gonna put a locked cage around mine or something, because all of ours are still on poles. I don't want it on my house. Don't want it. And they're
your meter?
Yeah, they're the old timey regular meters.
So yours still spins?
Yes.
Around here, they came in with the digital ones. Gosh, I want to say about 10 years ago, and it's because they'll fly over with Cessnas and get the meter readings.
Oh wow. Huh.
It's the remote. I guess that's the easier way on the remote side of things.
See, I think they've done that to the water meters, because my friend works for the city, and he can stay in his truck and read the meter. He's got some kind of little gadget that.
It's probably sensors. I used to run them for the line. I could park my bucket truck under, and I could actually get the readings out of the amp housings remotely on my laptop through the Bluetooth.
Wow. And so you think, if you can do that, how many others? Total control.
Then you go, well, wait a minute, aren't there like junior high kids that are like learning coding? I mean, there's like kids in 6th grade that are writing programs. Yep, there sure are. Just goes to show you. Yep. That's why it's important to get a moral compass back, get some kind of moral center.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I mean, technology is great. It can be, if it's used properly. But they've demonized it to where it's like, all these people wanting to live off grid. So there's got to be an in-between, like where we can rebuild from all this mess that we've gotten into, and have, some of it is necessary. Cell phones, probably not. We could go back to the old phone system. We could go back to the old party lines, something, but
If our
Hold
farming
on. Let me
industry
plug you up.
is
All right, there
if
you go.
our farming industry is in trouble, so are we.
yes. And yes, that's the first thing is all of our resources we have got to get back. All of our natural resources.
But see, like in each one of those type things, when you look, the people behind it, well, they're going to need to start to then have compassion. They're going to need to have integrity, honor, strength. So it's like, well, that's that moral compass thing. It's like, yep. And so, see, that's why I just kind of, and I'm not downplaying nothing. It's just, but that's why it's so important. Just the message that people carry as an individual has power in it. And
Yes.
while people don't see a driving force behind all this, but it's the negativity that perpetuates that. So the only way to come out of it is, well, you can try to picture it on a bigger scale, like, hey, what can we do? Well, to be honest, I don't really think of a we. I just go with a me. And then I hope that then there's others. And like with the YouTube deal, well, now I've come to meet people that have that collective thought. So then that becomes a we. But
Yes.
man, that's all you can try to send them. You can try to send a message. And when it comes to church, and really, people used to say how the way you carry yourself is your testimony. So you're a living, representation of your testimony. Well, take that just in a general aspect. You're a translation of your character. So every interaction people have with you is a stamp of your character. Well, are you a person that will slow down for a moment and say, okay, it's better if I address this on this. I might feel this way, but I know that this could be perceived and this would nothing more than escalate it. So then let me address it this way, or it's not worth the risk of escalating. I'll just turn away from it. And so it's learning to make those decision calls on the fly. That's to me, that's the learning curve of life.
Right. But I've also said we need to thicken our skin and quit getting offended so easily over little things. I mean, but it definitely starts with the home, and we know that there's a lot of spiritual warfare going on. And because, like you were just talking, it's like we have to be spiritually fit, we have to be mentally fit, and to get that way is surrounding yourself with positivity and things that it's whoa, there's a spotted rabbits in chat. um it's getting that balance first in you, and then it spreads through to others. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And that was my message tonight. The man in the mirror was looking inside yourself at where your heart is, where your thoughts are, because almost all of this has actually been mind control. If you really think about it, is the programming that they have done to us from day one. It's been done for over 100 years. We know that now. And so it's like now we're having to rethink everything and be more aware, more watchful, take in the information that is coming out, but also at the same time, don't let it control you. Don't let it consume you to where it makes you a raging anger mess or You know, that's where you got to keep your balance.
Yeah, I went and checked another place up there in it. The city limits part out here where it connects to the interstate. It's pitch black. So the Wascom city limits, from what I'm seeing, is out. I don't know how far, what other direction. I should have crossed over into Louisiana to see what it looked like. Looked like there was lights on that way though.
Well, how much extension cord do you have?
Hmm. There's a bunch of oil field stuff over here. I know they got a bunch of them batteries and panels over there.
Well, there might be a generator up in all there somewhere.
Yeah, I got a generator in the garage. I just ain't fooled with it in a couple of years.
Oh.
Hey, you know,
Oh,
if the world goes to shit, you know, hits the fan, what they say, you know, those like traffic meters that tell your speed and the blinking lights with the trailers and stuff they got for the road commissions, those got really nice generators in them.
Yep.
Ah.
And anything oil field around, they have if they got meters on them and stuff, then they'll have solar panels, battery panels. They'll have like modems and stuff like that.
Yeah, even solar panels. Those are nice rigs.
Chuck, you don't see any utility trucks out or anything working on?
Nope. So that tells me something's up.
Yeah.
They just came through it was last week, put these new meters in, and it was all of a sudden this last two electric bills we got went from $150, $200. This last month was $550. This month is $650.
650?
Yep.
Holy
And
cow.
we turned the air to where it's at 77, so it doesn't run as much. Been watching light usage, keeping lights turned off. Granted, we have 2 or 3 TVs on, but they don't pull that much, because if it did, it ain't nothing been any different other than we've cut back and it went up triple or more.
Man, I don't know. I'm like shocked. My brain's still trying to process that amount. It's like, I'm sorry, wait, what?
I know, because mine is like 120, and I have 1,500 square feet here.
You can
It's just that they're doing.
look
There's a lot
up.
of people around here giving away firewood. I think I need to go get it, and I'm building me a bunch of pyres all around my yard. And when they start doing this, I'll start lighting pyres up.
You can figure out the math on the wattage of usage for each appliance and item too.
See,
I
that's
got a
the thing too. You're probably on a municipality, aren't you, Chuck? A city municipality?
I think so, but well, for the electric, it's SWEPCO. I don't know if you ever heard of them.
No.
It's all over in Louisiana, Arkansas. It's all over the place. It's just
Okay.
then they got Panola Harris on the other side. But what I'm seeing last year when the power went out for all that time, it shut off here for 20 minutes. We had power the whole time, and we're 3/4 of the city I'm in. They were out of power, and I was like, yeah. I'm like, keep the lights turned off. Let's unplug the outside lights. I don't want people to come over and try to break in and think I'm doing something.
Yeah, because some of the care, it's, you know, the municipality, the city stuff, it's like everything else. You know, they'll suck the budget money to death, but they don't put it in the equipment or the stuff. That's one thing I've always bragged about, and I like about where I'm at, is because it's being that co-op.
2 years ago,
What's
2
that?
years ago, my electric.
The interstate lights are working.
I didn't know you were talking, Chuck.
That's all right. I'm saying the interstate lights were working. Though they're all lit up around here. But
Oh, I thought that was his radio. It didn't even sound like him.
He does sound weird on there. No, 2 years ago, the electric company put me on a program without telling me. I noticed my bill went way up, and what they did without even notifying me, they put me on this program where they charged me an average throughout the months, and I was like, "There's no way this is caught." I was using less power, and I was getting charged more. Well, I figured it out and talked to somebody and went through a whole bunch of crap but they had to pay me like $690 back because I told them I can't afford to pay you in advance for my power. Who okayed this? You know,
Yeah.
and I did. They paid me back, and then I made sure I'd never got on that again.
Yeah,
Well,
hell,
I'm
I
on.
called Dwayne about this power bill that we had the last 2 months, and I got finally a hold where I can get it where I could talk to somebody, and I was on hold for 45 minutes, and then finally it just hung up.
Yeah, that's some shit. That's the same kind of crap I had to go through to fix that problem.
I can't imagine that. We're on a co-op, and you call, you get somebody right away. And so, have you called and reported your outage?
Me?
Yes.
I sent you what I got from Swepco on there. It said it'll be back on by 2:30. It's that as soon as the power went out, I heard a text message, and I never looked, and I went and looked a minute ago when I was in the house, and I got on here through the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent you a copy of that through text of what they sent me. Oh, there was something's going on. We have a power outage. I didn't look to see if it said scheduled, but I'm thinking that's what it was. That's probably the reasoning behind all these new meters that they've been putting out.
What T Girl just said is real. I started living by that years ago, and it does save you. They do suck a lot more power than people. And it's not that each one is taking that much power. It's just that most people have 10 things plugged in their house that they're not using that they don't realize is taking a little bit of power.
Actually, what gets most people are those little transformer blocks that you
Yeah.
plug in your wall. Because what's happening 24/7 the moment you plug in, whether you're using the other end of that cord, it doesn't matter. There's an electric flow going into that transformer that's slowly converting it over to probably 12 volts, 5 volts,
And
and
you can
dropping it
feel they're
down to like
warm.
1 amp or 5 amps. But what's happening is that flow of that conversion is constantly on a go, whether you're using the end or not.
And you can tell by feeling them. They're warm. When they're plugged in for a long time, they get hot.
That's what I was going to say. It's like it connects everything you plug into those outlets and everything to that meter where it's like,
Hey, Lily.
I don't even know how to say it, but I can see where that would work.
Now I'm like you, Bunny. I'm on a co-op, and I'm on an even billing, is what it's called. So I actually pay so much during summer months. It's a little higher,
Mm-hmm.
and then it drops down during the winter because I use gas during winter. And so what you do, the way they do it, is if you want to do that, you sign up for it. You have to have been a full year with them anyway. And then what they'll do is they'll take that year of usage, and then you can kind of sit there and you can actually pick where you want to do your own split to balance it out. And then bam. And I personally love it because then you just kind of go, yep, it's getting hotter. I don't ever have to worry about shit. AC is just running. It just stays fine.
You want to hear about a cool upgrade rescue? My main sewing machine, for years and years, I had this 3/4 horse electric motor. You know, the ones that when you turn it on, all the house lights dim. You know, one of those. Boom.
Oh yeah.
And I had a 1 1/4 horsepower motor to start with. Big suckers. They weigh, 90 pounds or something, a motor. Well, I upgraded this thing with this brushless motor system. When you turn the machine on, it's completely quiet. The motor doesn't do anything until you hit the pedal. I can adjust it with computer controls for speed. The thing takes so little power compared to one of those other ones. It's a it was a $150 motor kit, but I'll bet you it's already saved me that in power.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
Here's a little research homework for you guys.
They stand alone.
Here's a little research homework for you guys. I watched a video. I wanted to save it and put it on my community wall, but the guy did a video And what it was, you drew a up and down line. You make basically you're making one corner of a square. You got one up and down and one side to side, and they intersect to a
90
point,
degree angle.
make a 90-degree angle. I was getting to that, but you start at the bottom at 0 in the corner of the point, and going up and going to the side, you put like 10%, 20%, 30% on both of them, going all the way up till you hit 100%. And this guy called it the, excuse Bonnie's wording, I'm gonna put it, but it's the fuck around and find out scale. Fuck around was up and down, find out was side to side. And he said if you fuck around 10%, you find out 10%, all the way up to 100. He had a story on it. He goes, best thing to do, most people need to stay in the 0%, because otherwise you're gonna fuck around and find out.
Damn, that's good.
I wanted to grab that. I think it was a TikTok thing. Somebody sent it to me on Facebook, and I couldn't figure out how to steal it.
I'm looking,
What's up,
Gigi.
Gigi?
Hey, Miss Gigi. And stands alone lately.
Hey, everybody coming in or came in. I can't see chat, so I see what Carl feels like now.
By the way,
Yeah,
people in
it's either
chat,
one
just
or
a
the other.
friendly recommendation. Don't forget to go to the top and select, if it says top chat, select the down arrow and go to live chat. That way you'll be current in the conversation. Just a friendly.
Otherwise, YouTube hides people's replies to your comments, and it makes you feel like you're not even seen.
I don't even think they give us that option on the telephone, do they?
Not when I
Yeah.
can't even type in chat right now because I'm on the phone, and it won't give me an option, but it's already set at current live chat.
I get that option to do it here on live stream. You're on it too, though. It should be at the very bottom. You'll have mic, cam, chat, more, and leave. If you hit chat, it'll kick it up.
It's right there where. Let me see.
Right,
See
I can
where
go
it
to
says
chat
live
and
chat?
it shows regular chat, or I can go to comment.
See where it says live chat, and then right under it says top chat. But if you select the 3 dots right here, then you can see where it says you can go from top chat to live chat.
All right. Yeah, I'm not in YouTube right now. I'm just in StreamYard. I see that now.
And then now, see if you look over there, it'll say live chat, because now it's actually in live chat. That's on the phone. That's the Samsung.
All right, rabbits. What are you talking about? Hotspot cereal. You're talking to me in code.
But now that's a Samsung, so that's an Android style. I don't know if sure that the Apple phone did. That's going to look different in Safari or YouTube for Apple.
Hey, Rabbit, you're out there. We're under a blackout here. The shit went off at like 10 o'clock, and they called it. I'm thinking they did it on purpose because these new meters. It's a trial to see if they can put us in the dark ages when they want.
Gigi, how do I look at it?
This has been the longest apocalypse ever.
I'm telling you. I don't know how to look at it.
Yeah, Anna Marie, I appreciate it. Yeah, I see where Rescue showed it. I'm in StreamYard. I'm not in YouTube right now. So StreamYard has it where just across the bottom it has your options to pick. But I was like a duck out of a fire when I was on YouTube earlier trying to figure out how to figure that out. I don't
on
play
StreamYard, it's not it just does I think it's just a live chat.
It's got chat, comments. You can X out of that.
Yeah, it's the way StreamYards gets the information from YouTube. It's like, here's a little side note. I was having a conversation with somebody and they didn't know about this. And this will be a little food for thought for you, so you'll know. Nope, we lost the check. That was the wrong button. That was the lead one.
Country Homestead 101.
But see, like if you're, like, say,
Country.
T-Girl has Carl blocked, but when Carl, so in chat, Carl wouldn't be able to see what T-Girl was saying. But because the way StreamYard gets information from YouTube, when Carl gets up on a StreamYard panel or even in backstage of StreamYard, then Carl will be able to see whatever T-Girl says, because now StreamYard won't see Carl as being blocked, because StreamYard is giving just raw data from YouTube, where YouTube has it based off of membership and who you're deciding to block or unblock. But when they're giving the conversation over to StreamYard to do, it doesn't dissect then. It's just giving it all. So StreamYard, that's why actually for a little while people were getting up on backstage of people and just hanging out and stuff. And a lot of that is because the minute they come up, if they're looking at YouTube, all of a sudden they'll see all these comments in StreamYard that they couldn't have seen before in YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. All I can say is, T-Girl, you better unblock me.
Yeah, Carl, I disappeared a minute ago because I hit that fuck around and find out button.
Right. That's what it felt. It was like, oh no, not that one, Chuck. You went out here. It's like, that was the wrong one.
I'm going to
They
get a
have
big red button, and I'm going to put it in my truck. And it's going to have, like, don't touch below it or something. I'm going to tell everybody, don't touch that red button. And if they do, there's going to be, like, a train horn right there above their head.
Hell,
That's
hook it
the
up to a
spring
little,
seed with the ejection.
hook it up to a mini taser. Told you not to touch it.
I like those South African anti-theft devices. Like, we're the ones where they shoot the flames out from underneath the running boards.
My buddy's grandpa did a thing. He buried a bunch of cyclone fence, and then he would he had it hooked up to where it was hot, and he'd hook a damn jumper cable up to the front or back bumper. I don't remember what it was he did, but he had it hooked into the 220. People come up and touch his car in the middle of the night, and they'd let them know if they're trying to steal gas.
Yeehaw. You hear how stupid people are?
Joyful.
Taking a cordless drill to drill holes in the bottom of a gas tank to steal gas, not realizing that an electric drill puts off sparks.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's one of them educational things for them.
Yeah, they're gonna learn them.
Like the moron that stuck the knife in the toaster to see what it would do.
Hey, country owns
Yep.
me.
In the bathroom over here, right there's a towel rack over there between the sink and the toilet. And I was over there the other day washing my hands, and that wire kept flopping around. So I dried my hands, reached over to move the wire because she had her hair dryer stuck in the towel rack. The part you point toward your head was sticking in there.
So,
She just hangs it up there, and it was plugged in. And I moved that wire. When I did, the handle on the hair dryer spun around. When it spun around, it flipped off the towel rack and landed in the toilet, and it started going.
oh no. I swear, Chuck, you have a death wish.
Oh, I wasn't
Have
going to
you
the
heard
bathroom. I
about
told,
Chuck's shower experience rescue?
You're-
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I
Have
was
you
reading
heard
chat.
about Chuck's shower experience?
The power experience.
shower.
Shower.
Power. Oh, wait.
I got one of the handheld shower heads. If you hang up there, and you can use it just for a shower head, or you can grab it to. Well, anyway, I was rinsing my hair out, and I turned my head back, holding it up. So I went to open my mouth to spray my mouth out with the shower massage, and I sprayed it straight up my nose and down my throat. And I gasped when I did it. Instead of coughing it out, I breathed all that water in my mouth in and down my throat. I like to drown myself in a damn shower.
Holy shit, dude.
I was messed up. I coughed up. I bet I coughed up an 8-ounce glass of water.
Holy
How
shit.
messed up was it, Chuck?
Fucked up like a homeboy's bike.
So I guess you just decided to went ahead and push that chart to the 100%. Fuck around and
Yeah,
find out.
I was like, yeah, let me hit both ways. Would it go up to 200? I think this one will.
Man, I love my handheld shower, I gotta say, but yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
that I'd want
don't practice
it.
that turkey in a rainstorm thing.
Oh yeah, no. Well,
Well,
you
no,
know, see, you can drown in a bathtub on a tablespoon of water.
Yep.
yes. And it wasn't just that. I meant the one where you tried to shoot yourself.
Oh yeah, getting out of the shower, and I normally get in out of the shower curtain when we're in it. Towards the back wall is where the shower head is, so everybody opens and closes the shower curtain right there by the shower head at the back wall. Well, I don't know why what come over me, but I went to the other side, opened it up, didn't pay attention, and I look up, and it looks like a fat naked guy trying to climb in a window, which there ain't a window in the bathroom. I seen myself. Scared the shit out of my damn self.
Chuck, your best chance of survival is just to look at it like the world is trying to kill you.
And then Bonnie asked me, she's like, why do you have your gun in the shower? Well, if somebody breaks in, I'm needed. I think that'd be pretty intimidating. Somebody wet, dripping wet, naked, pointing a gun at you.
But I gotta say now, Chuck, you kind of I gotta say you kind of invalidate with your own testimony, because your own testimony says, sir, that you don't even need a gun to scare the shit out of somebody. All they got to do is see.
Right? He's 7 foot tall.
6'7".
Your own testimony said you scared the shit out of yourself. So hell, you know what it's going to do to everybody else.
I just hope he was talking about a actual weapon.
Vicky was like, we don't have a window in there, so why did it freak you out? I said, I don't know. It just looked like some big guy climbing in the window naked.
So see, you now know if you ever have this event, there you got this split-second decision to go, what's within reach first? To just go butt naked, or can I reach the pistol grip? Where's it at? Oh shit. So you know where if you got to travel to another room, just start dropping clothes. They'll run.
Chuck, you got to take it to the next level. If you're going to be naked, 7 foot tall, and armed, you might as well start screaming at the top of your lungs, too, so you can really give them a cardiac arrest before you even get there.
That's it.
Look at him and just go, "Ow!" It's like, ooh, we fun. Come on in.
I think you can do better than that. I bet you could do
I have answered prank calls and solicitations on telephones for decades in that way. Whereas if somebody called and started pranking me, like, breathing heavily, I'll just join them. And eventually they'll hang up. It's the same thing with solicitors. If they call you up, just immediately say, can you hold, please? And set them down and walk away. Let it go.
Yeah, Vicky had a call to come in on her when she was at work. It was like 3 or 4 in the morning. Somebody did the breathing hard, making weird noises. And Vicky's like, oh, yeah, baby, and started breathing hard. And they go, you're weird, and hung up.
That's what they do, man. It catches them off guard. It switch it up on them. It works.
Yeah, years ago when our oldest was maybe 2, and it was through the day, and she's taking a nap, and she'd been telling me about these Pentecostal ladies. 4 or 5 of them would come over there every day while I was at work. Well, this day I happened to stay home from work. I don't remember what it was. I think a paid day off or something. And we were doing the young couple thing because the baby was asleep. And I heard the doorbell going ding, 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 ding. They were ringing it fast. And she goes, that sounds like it's them ladies again, because they constantly ring that doorbell till I answer the door. I'm like, I'll go get it. So I jump, run out of bed, run to the door, and jerk the door wide open, standing there. Everything's happy because me and her were busy. I'm like, come on in, ladies. We didn't have the Pentecostal ladies come by anymore.
Yeah, there was a house I lived in that was it was a duplex that we got a hold of, a bunch of us, and we made it like a boarding house. And there was 10 bedrooms that were for rent there at all times, and a couple other rooms. And anyways, these Jehovah's Witnesses started showing up there all the time. And my buddy, you know, ex-military, smart ass, he'd always invite him in, and he'd be drinking whiskey and smoking pot, and you know, be sure you don't want to hit this, and hey, have a glass of whiskey. The whole time they were talking about their stuff, and you could see how uncomfortable and how much they tried to ignore the situation. But it's very memorable times. I can remember it was like it was pretty wild. And they wouldn't say anything about it. You know, they would come in and sit down and tell you their whole rap. And no, I don't drink. You know, I don't know. That's all right. Thank you. You know,
Vicky's like, you're gonna burn in hell for doing them old ladies that way. I'm like, they come over here every day, and you told them that I was Catholic, you were what, blah blah, and they would come over every day and every day and every day. And I felt bad a little bit after it, but she didn't get bothered anymore. She said they'd come over, get the dog barking, wake Mandy up, the baby up at her nap, and I don't know if they didn't know how a doorbell worked or what, but it was like steadily something ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. It's just as long as they can do it, and they kept doing it even until I got to the door.
I don't think I'd have a doorbell anymore.
Yeah, they didn't like seeing my doorbell, so they didn't come back.
She's the best. She's the best.
Can you imagine Kiss Off's house? I bet. I bet that's the fun place to be.
Sorry for the noise.
Somebody just fighting.
Uh-uh.
But it sounds like
Well, Country Homestead, and I mean, if you want it, I'm sure somebody out there will put that up there.
Yeah, they've been dropping it.
Nothing special, ma'am, sir, wherever that falls. Sorry, didn't mean to jump to conclusions.
Kiss Off, do
I
you have
just-
this easily? Oh, there it is, Kino. Thank you, Kino. Kino
Thank
to the
you.
rescue.
I got a half a mind to ride to Whataburger. I want some onion ring.
Hey, that sounds
I didn't
good.
even know that was a real place. I thought it was from a movie.
Oh, Whataburger is amazing.
Shoot, that's the only thing that would be fast food that would be considered decent.
that.
Yeah, because they make everything
we
fresh.
have
And
them
they
up here.
cut their own tomatoes and lettuce and all that.
I don't think they are up here. I don't think there's any Whataburgers anywhere near Michigan.
I think they stop at like Arkansas or Missouri or something like that.
Yeah, but they just got bought up by some company that's up in the Northeast or something. So who knows?
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
New York City bought them up.
Here we go with the man-made meat.
Yeah, I see a Golden Arches on Whataburger, and that'd be the end of it.
Oh, okay, Country Homestead. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I don't have no particular thing. I just kind of just hang out and talk with people.
Well, hello, Ministry of Madness and Larry P. from the UK. Please don't talk about burgers. I love them, but it's 6 a.m. here.
Yeah, I'm thinking of that sounds awesome. Onion rings and a breakfast on a bun.
That's Bob.
Yep, breakfast Bob, sausage Bob. That's what they call it.
Oh, Keno said there's a few Whataburgers there in Mississippi.
Yeah, they go that way, and I don't know if they make it to Georgia or Alabama or not, but or Alabama and Georgia. I got it backwards.
Oh yes, she's Country Homestead. She said that some morons took her cross out of her yard.
Yes,
Oh,
I
really?
saw that. I am so sorry. That's... Yeah, I don't... People are just...
Well, you know what? Maybe wherever it ends up, it's gonna send a message to somebody. And
Right.
so somewhere along the way, there's going to be some positive. Somebody might be brought to a relationship with God through seeing that at a certain time in their life, wherever that ends up.
That's true. Maybe it'll speak to them in some way.
It's all in perspective. In my 2 cents, ma'am, I'm one of those people. It's
Or
all
they
in
could just
perspective.
fall on it. You know, you never know what's going to happen.
The irony. Oh yeah. Well, it's like people that rob churches, man. I mean, look at that. But breaking a church. I mean, even if you don't like the church, but it's just what they supposedly will represent. But the fact that somebody's moral conscience is so dark that they can do that.
Yeah. And that's what it all gets down to. Morals, values, and keeping the morale up.
Well, you know, you got to try to help change the narrative somewhere. If you want to see something different,
Hey,
then you got to send a different message. You just can't.
Yep.
You just can't grind from the stand. You got to.
your toothbrush right here.
Yeah. My youngest is sitting out here in the truck with me, and I said, I brought my toothbrush with me. He goes, why would you bring the toothbrush out here? And he's like, oh.
Like, oh, okay, he gets it. We don't. Why'd you take your toothbrush?
He's going to Walmart. Oh, that toothpaste. Toothbrush. Wait a minute, what was that? Wasn't that a jump starter a while ago?
Yeah. That was a Kickstarter. This is the fancy scenery we get here. Headlights on a shed.
There you go.
I feel like I'm in a fancy motel.
Or my weird picket fence I built off my porch that blocks, keeps
Well,
the
we know
dog.
it's not the Motel 8 because they didn't keep the light on for you.
No. Dollar General does have these lights that are solar and have a battery on them that they got like the batteries they put in those damn vapes. And
Oh, yeah.
some of them come on at dark. Some of them are motion detective. I need to pick a few. They had them for like $5 a piece. I told Vicky I was going to get them, put them all the way around the house.
I got a few different kinds. I'm really happy with the ones I got.
Yeah, I need some of those.
I need to want to build me a solar panel for this out here for this security light and have it on solar.
I went 2 weeks without power here, and those solar lights were very helpful.
Yep. But then at the same time, as pitch black as it is, kind of a good way not to be seen.
Somebody here a while back had a house to tear down and had an old solar system on it. It probably had 50 panels on it. I got a hold of them. And I told them the only thing I'm interested in is a solar panel. That's a package deal. You get the solar panel, you got to get the whole house.
Great.
Well, thank you, Country Homesteading. Actually, in the morning, I'll probably be going live and I'll be working on my chicken coop, my chicken tractor. So you feel free to, hopefully you'll get the notification in the morning, and then you can meet a few cool people that stop by throughout the day.
Yep. You have a
I
good
just see the Washington finest riding around.
From the comments Spotted Rabbit's made, I think he's on a road trip.
Yeah.
He was. I don't know if he went home yet or not.
Well, he was talking about Ed's driving.
Unless he kidnapped Ed and hold him to gunpoint to drive.
There you go.
You boys weren't in Riley today, were you? Or Raleigh or whatever?
I was thinking maybe that's why your power was out, Chuck.
Why that?
Because of those two.
No telling. They done hack some server. Turn this guy's power off.
You went
You
up
know,
and-
actually, piss off. It's not too bad unless I go to use it, and it don't take much to get that bad boy fired up right in there in that wrist.
Dadgummit. I heard that you went through a little turmoil there, a big turmoil.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to hear about that. We did some prayer.
Arm's better though. Although I will say, so that spot where the one glass piece went in pretty deep, little shit's got these little pieces of skin on the edge. That's why I had to break out the sleeveless again today, because that shit kept hanging on the sleeve yesterday, and it kept going like somebody kept poking me with a needle and be like, damn it. So day
Would
I
you
finally
put your arm in a window or something?
Well, yeah, I went through my storm door, got shattered against my arm, and as I fell through it, and then I proceeded to have a trip down my ramp, grappling with my daughter's husband, and spun around and went into my scooter carrier that was on the back of the car and the ramp that was up, and broke the pins on that. That kind of jacked my neck all up.
Okay.
But when I went through the door, I was cut all up here on my arm. Went into the ledge of the door here. It was yeah, man. So that was definitely
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Is
Good.
that recently?
oh yeah. Yeah, that was just a couple weeks ago. Hadn't seen my granddaughter since.
What's up,
That was
Blackwood? Ed?
Black
Hey,
Watch.
what's up, Blackwater? Yeah, it was just well, I guess 2 to 3 weeks. I don't know, to be honest, somewhere right in there. 2 weeks.
Sorry, dude. Shit, the fucking younger people, they pull and
Oh yeah, it was and I think it was kind of a half-ass setup deal. He was drunk,
You still need
and but it was, now that I reflect back and went through that, I said, I told my wife, going, I think that was a setup, which I knew shit was, my daughter wasn't probably going to like, because she doesn't like whenever I say some of the stuff y'all have heard me say directly to her. Only I just nowadays don't say it the past few years directly to her, because if I do, she gets mad and I don't get to see my granddaughter. Well, one day she goes, oh, hey, what? So you're doing the YouTube channel? I said, yeah. I said, that's my thing. Oh, well, what is it? Well, I kind of ignored it. And then finally she was going, well, what is it? And I said, look, I'm going to tell you now. I'm just me. So keep that in mind. Oh, well, yeah, that's fine. Well, I don't think it was fine. And so, because when he came in, he dropped the C word about 3 times about his own mother. And about the 3rd time he said it, and I was trying to just be calm, and I was sitting in my chair, and the 3rd time he said it, I go, I'm just not quite sure how humorous it's going to be when she repeats that word. And I pointed at my granddaughter. And normally my daughter does not like that word, but somehow that night it wasn't a big deal. So then when I said that, she finally goes, yeah, don't say that. Well, he says it again 2 more times. Then well, then she finally chimes in going, well, if she does, and I'll slap you, I'll find you and slap you. Been steadily screaming. Well, he sits down. Well, then he just gets to bombarding some comments, and it took me a little bit to put together, but it's been connected to some of the streams and some of the conversations. And I never label any of my kids, and I don't specify any kind of thing, but sometimes when you're talking to people and you get asked your opinion, it's like, this is the way it is. So, well, I'm going to reference a life experience. That's what gives me my thought processes, shit that I've gone through and seen and whatever. So, well, he was comments, and I go, you know what? How about we're going to do this? You view things different than I do. I view things from parenting perspectives. So my perspective is from a parenting level nowadays. You see things on a younger generation level or on an equal type thing. So you just see it different. So we're just going to call it that way. Yeah, maybe I ought to go sit in the car. Sounds like a good plan. And so he goes to go by. Well, my daughter says something. I said, well, no, it makes sense. You know, it's not unknown that we don't quite see eye to eye. So this will work. Well, he makes a comment about whooping my ass. And I just kind of laughed. And I said, nope, got you like a fish. And, well, then my daughter blows up. Well, he goes out the door and he goes come back in. I got up to the door and I'm like, nope, take it on out to the car. Well, he starts doing this, come on down. And I said, nope. Well, I come in. Well, I come all the way back here, which does take me a little bit to get my phone. I finally get my phone, and as I go back in, he's coming back up. Well, now my daughter has just been screaming constant shit. My poor granddaughter is having to listen to so much retarded ass bullshit.
No.
But then as I come in and I see him coming back up the ramp, I'm like, no, you ain't coming in back in here with this shit. So I go towards the door, and as I get to the door, I'm holding my phone. Well, he opens my storm door, and so I put my arm up, kind of balance myself against it. Well, he kind of pulls it away from my arm and then slams it against my arm, and it just shattered, and I fell through it. And then the whole little boom, boom, boom. My daughter ends up hitting me in the back of my head and everything. She participates.
No way.
Yeah, she runs down the ramp. And then the ironic part is all of this is on HD.
Did you leave that video up?
Sir?
Did you leave that video up?
Oh, no.
Oh, you were live when this was happening?
No. He went on shortly after, and it was enough to piss a lot of people off. It sure lit me up when I seen it. Hey, I got 6% left. I'm going to have to jump down because I'm going to lose all the battery anyways.
All right, Carl. You have a good night, brother. Appreciate you.
See you later, Carl.
Yeah, have a good
I'll
night.
see y'all somewhere soon. I just got to charge back up.
Right, Joe. Well, might be here.
Even plugged in. This has been plugged in the whole time. It just slowly takes it out. And then when it gets this low, all of a sudden, boom, I'll just lose it immediately.
Yeah.
I think it's an old battery. That's what it is. I have to admit.
Let it charge up, hang out and chat for a few. Might not
I'll
take
be
too
back.
long to get you.
Yep.
It's
Peace,
all
guys.
right, brother.
Thanks,
Sound
Bonnie.
like it.
Thank
Brother,
you.
it sounded like I needed to be over there when that happened.
Well, and it just, we went down. And as I got down, I was really, momentum was actually taking everything. That's what I told my wife. Really, ever since I went out the door, I was angry and mad, but my guts was like, man, just on fire. And by the time I got to the end of the ramp, my legs were going numb. And only here's this little fucking thing, this bug is still right here. And it was like, okay, well, we're going at it. And kind of coming up, well, all of a sudden, man, it's just like I started getting these hits. And it was like, okay, how is this happening? Because he's right here. How am I getting hit in the back of my head? He's right in front of me. And then it's just kind of like my brain's clicking. This is my daughter. And then as I'm rolling and I look, and then I just saw my granddaughter standing in this glass that's all down my ramp. And I don't know, man, just went kind of numb, and I was just along for the ride at that point. And we kind of went down. My daughter pulls my shirt up over my head. I can't see, so I'm trying to go off a field. We end up against my wife's car. Now she's mad because there's a dent in the side of her car. And only not mad at me, but then as we come off of that and we go down, well, then he gets off and I'm looking up at my daughter and I'm just in shock. So I just get my phone and I'm like, man, that's, and I had blood coming. I think I hit the rack and I had a big old spot right here on my head where I bounced off the rack because I racked that bad boy pretty good. I actually bowed the ramp. So it's one of those little scooter carriers that go in the hitch and then has the ramp that folds up. Well, that's a U-shaped ramp now. And the pins that actually hold that up are sheared off because that.
You hammered the shit out of it.
How old is your granddaughter?
Well, the next day after that, she was 4.
Bless her heart. You know how traumatic that must have been for her.
Man, that's fucked up. That baby had to see that shit.
Yes.
But I'm the asshole. Even though they came in, see, and that's the whole thing is it was really just my daughter was supposed to be coming by to pick up the stuff to make the bags for little gift bags, like you give out when kids show up for the party. Well, she was just supposed to be picking these up the last I'd heard because my wife was gone. She was in friends with town and having little friend time. And next thing I know, it's okay here. Yep. Okay. So I go to the door and then it's kind of like where everybody comes piling out. I wouldn't even expect to see my granddaughter. I was like, okay, cool. She comes running up. Well, shit, right out the gate, man. Come walking up. That's why I think it was really a setup in a way. It was just to start shit. And because when they come in, hell, my granddaughter, okay. So my granddaughter sits down cross-legged. I mean, like one of those emotions, and only grandparents probably get this, but it's just one of those little moments you watch the behavior movements and you go, oh, wow, that was so cool because it was just like little ladylike kind of thing, and it was just like, and she just wanted to watch her make these bags. Now I'll get off chair talking about it. She just wanted to watch. And that little shit just kept screaming at her, get up on the couch. So I just went, no, just get up there. You can watch from up there. And I'm thinking, it's her freaking party. And what's the big deal? But, and so now it all escalated. And now I don't get to see it.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Same way. Me and my wife got 3 grandbabies we don't get to see because my son likes hoary women. Both of them left him. The first one left him. He was working on a barge boat going up and down the Mississippi River from New Orleans to Chicago. And he'd be gone, like, I think he was on a month, off 2 weeks or something like that. Well, he'd been noticing his money disappearing other than bill money, and she finally called him and put him on a video call on Facebook that she's laying in bed with some guy that they both knew, like a buddy or whatever, and cheating on him. She goes, I burned all your shit a minute ago. I got your buddy over here. I done emptied your account out. You might as well find somewhere else to go. And he's like, all that shit in that house is mine. He's like, I just put her on the lease. She done took all his money. He had like 25 grand saved up for them to get a place. She did all this shit and she burned all of his stuff.
That's
like,
right. I'm just.
And then he got with another one, and he had 2 with this one. And this girl was a friend of Vicky's for a long time's daughter. And he was still working at the same place. She was pregnant. He come home on his leave and went to go back, and it was getting close to the end. He'd probably made it to the next leave. Well, she decided she didn't want him to go back. So she played up like something's wrong and started crying, and she was hurting and afraid he's going to leave and she's going to go into labor. And so he went to call. He missed them, and then he was supposed to call before they showed up for pickup where he was supposed to be at. And he waited too late, and it got him, well, we'll put you on the next roll around. Basically what it did when he called in late, it got him blackballed from that job, and he was being trained to be a pilot on a barge. and then she ended up leaving him, and her excuse was that he can't get a good job, he can't support his kids, I'm not happy. And then, but she turned around and told all these people that he did this and that. And this girl was a piece of work. They stayed out here with us, and he'd be asleep in the bed in the middle of the night, and I'd get up and go to the kitchen and get tea or something. And she'd walk buck naked around this back of the house, going to the bathroom, or pretend like she's going to come into the kitchen like that and see me in there, which the light's on. You know somebody's in there when it ain't normally on.
Knowing
She'd sit
you
up there
and
and she's
those boys
talking
are
to me and Vicky about she likes getting smacked around and likes getting her hair pulled. And I'm like, why are you telling me this shit? And then she's gonna turn around and say she thinks he's cheating on her and he's a pervert and all this kind of shit. I've seen how he was when they were here. He's a very private person. He's like old people when it comes to sex. He didn't like talking about it. And she's a little trollop, and she left him telling all these people. So she got a bunch of friends he grew up with and other people involved in it. And while he was asleep, she put bags and what she's taking with her out the window because they were staying at my mom's because they lived there, and she gave them money and bought food and stuff for them to stay there while they worked because she liked having somebody around the house.
Yeah.
Well, she snuck a bunch of her stuff out the window, and then she walked out the door, and mom's like, well, you can leave the babies in here with me if you're going to go outside and smoke a cigarette. She thought they was going out there to smoke. She goes, no, I'm going to play out there with them. She went out the door, and mom said she heard like car doors close and nothing. 3 hours later, nothing. And I guess she finally got Cody up. And when she got him up, couldn't find him and all this stuff and didn't know where she went. She ended up calling a bunch of people saying that she was being abused. And she took off and took her kids back to Arkansas. And it's a fucked up situation. These girls will do and accuse people of. That's why I'm an avid supporter. And these girls that cry rape or something just because they go out and get drunk and sleep with somebody, you could claim rape on somebody and they didn't do it. I think you should spend the time that the rapist would spend in fucking jail.
I think, didn't they start doing that? I could have sworn I heard something about that years back, that because there were so many false cases like that.
But not to mention when they do something to somebody like that, that's bearing false witness. That's a mortal sin. That's cheating, killing somebody. That's right in the same rowboat.
Yes.
That, and they made him now where he don't like going out in public. It's really screwed him up to where he don't like being around people and he don't trust people. And
Dadgummit. I don't know. I just couldn't imagine just going through that with any of my kids or their spouses. My
these
son,
damn girls.
well, two of my sons, their wives, for whatever reason, when my sons come to visit, the wives won't come. And sometimes the grandkids don't come. It just, I don't know what it depends on, but the girls always find their way back home.
In 2018, after my mom died, we were up in that's been how long since I've seen them. But we were in Nashville. They were by Little Rock. They called Vicky. Well, we're going to be in Little Rock in the morning. If you want to see your grandbabies, be there. This certain Chick-fil-A, we're going to be there. I don't forget what it was, 10:30 or something. We'll be out of the doctor's office in that area, and we'll be there for an hour or two if you guys want to come by. Because it had a playground thing or something. I forget what it was.
Yeah.
Vicky wanted to see him back. She hadn't seen him in a year and a half or so. So we got back to when they called, because we were downtown Nashville and we went to Hard Rock, and I was going to take her to this rock fest or this country festival and stuff they had going. Needless to say, we took off, went back to the motel instead of going to that to have fun so she can get to see her grandkids. And we ended up being there for about an hour. I drove back that night. I drove from Nashville to Little Rock, and I drove this 300, right at 300 miles, and I got there in about 3.5, 4 hours. I was hauling ass, but found a motel, and I had been sleeping good because all the motels had shitty beds in them, and I couldn't get comfortable and sleep because of my back. We finally found a motel there, and it was a Hampton, which is by Hilton, and they got these awesome beds in there and this giant shower, and I found a good deal on one through online. Vicky almost couldn't wake me up the next morning to go see him, and I finally registered what was going on, so I jumped up and went over there. And she goes, "You gonna go in?" I'm like, "I don't know." She goes, "What do you mean you don't know?" I said, "Cause if any of them say anything stupid, I'm gonna end up in prison here in Little Rock."
Yeah.
She said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Them my grandbabies in there, and I know all them pieces of shit. I know how her friend was, and her friend, and I remember they'd have ladies' night and go out, and this Vicky and her friends have caught her in a car with 1, 2, 3, 4 guys doing stuff."
Oh my goodness.
She became one. That's why I'm so hard on people that hide behind the Bible and God. She became one of these reformed people but she turned around and was behind all this shit that got my son's kids taken away. If you're a godly person, you ain't gonna do like that. If you bear false witness on somebody and lie about them and whatever, I don't care what you think you are. It's no excuse for it.
No.
And I told her, I said, I go in there and her husband open her mouth and say one cross thing about me, you, our son. I said, it ain't going to be pretty. She's like, well, don't bring it in with you. I said, well, I'm going to stay by the truck. And then we got in there. I guess my wife went in, and he's like, where's your husband at? She said, outside by the truck. Well, let me go get him to come in. Said he was smiling like something. So she goes, don't be fucking smart ass with him, because he goes, he'll end all this bullshit right now. He came out there with his hat in and said, come in. And it was like, he goes, come on in, and you want to see the grandkids and eat and all that. He goes, sorry to be this way. I said, yeah, sorry to be that way. It's pretty fucked up, ain't it? I said, all the time when they were staying here, y'all were welcome. Come over and eat at our fucking house. And then y'all set this scheme up to kidnap him. I said, you best go in there. I'll come in and see my grandkids in a minute, but I don't need to hear permission out of you, her, or none of them. If I want my grandkids, I'll take them with me right now. And there ain't enough of y'all in that fucking restaurant to stop me. So you best drag your ass back in the house and go do what your wife tells you. He went in, I come in and talked a few minutes, and then I went back out to the truck. I said, it's good, best I go out here so Vicky can see the grandkids. I said, I don't want to be around you. I can't stand none of y'all fake people. I said, I got nothing for you.
Was that when we went to
Yep. And that's just how shitty people can be. And these other people are our age. So it's really not an age gap. It's just a person. It's like, and I've seen it in all colors. That's why I say you can find more godly people at a biker rally than you can in a church, because I've seen how a lot of fake people are at church, and they think they're better than everybody because they can hide behind it. I got nothing for them that way. They're the worst person that I can think of, because that's far more lack of morals than anything I can think of if you're going to be like that.
Yeah. That's why I say there's such a thing as spiritual abuse, and it's the abuse is attacking your spirit. It's not the
I'm exempt. God's got me. I'm like, no, God ain't over you or anybody else no more than anyone else. Anybody thinks that's sadly wrong. God didn't love sinners. He loves all of them, or there wouldn't be any.
That's right. Well, we're all God's children, and He knows our hearts. And if they're doing that, there's going to be consequences somewhere along the line.
And I hope I'm there to see people when they get their dish of it. Here, let me let everybody know this, and I want everybody to, just from the bottom of my heart, everybody's out there special. You don't owe anybody anything, and you're loved no matter what you do. And to be honest, everybody's as special as anybody. It don't matter what you think. Somebody's there. Somebody's thinking about you regardless.
Yes.
Boy, my damn stomach's in a knot now.
Hey, urgent.
All right. It's time for a song for you guys.
These people doing these things and these babies seeing it too.
I know it.
You need to grow up.
It's just wrong.
I was like, what happened?
Down and oh my soul.
I'm singing, Chet.
When troubles come and my heart burdened be, and I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk in stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to overcome stormy seas. I'm strong when I'm on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up, to more than I can be.
Amen. All right. In a prayer. You didn't drop any crap on us. Neither one of y'all did. Heavenly Father, bring these people to you that are struggling and having hard times. There's been so many struggles the past 3 years with families, with friends, losing loved ones. Father, we just ask you to be with all. Lift them up, Lord. Help us to get through these times. Let us be able to lean on each other. That's what this community is for. We're all here to hold each other up. Through love, patience, caring, with your guidance. Lord, we just ask you to keep being with us every day, every minute. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Lonnie.
I love y'all.
Thank you, man. Love you too.
And I can see this chat too.
Sorry about that. I just need money. Got to kind of
You're
recenter
good.
myself sometimes. So
I understand. It's tough.
yeah, kiss off. I know one day it just I don't know, just not looking forward. And it's not even like not even so much me. It's just okay. That happened. So then even without even just me being part of the picture, you just know the rest of the picture is still not going to be good. So you just think, man. So when she's like 16 and facing those kind of issues, what's the message going to be? What level of interpretation? What's her thinking going to be like? How's she going to handle a problem? What are the problems going to be like she handles them? And you just, it gets me thinking. I was talking to somebody the other day. It's like, think about it, kids before they even get a driver's license already experience road rage because that's what they hear the most of.
Yeah. And that's, but I still believe that God can touch their hearts before that time comes. I know a lot of kids. My granddaughter, the reason I have her living with me is because my daughter wasn't stepping up like she should. But I see so many traits in my granddaughter, same as her mother, and it's concerning, but at the same time, she's had a good base.
Oh, lost Chuck.
Yep. Chuck, we love you.
Oh, he stayed in his 80s around. Kind of missed out. Lost in my thoughts for a while. I hope so. It's not. That's what I worry about. Not worry about that for any, just even what's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about, channels will talk about prepping and being ready, and I understand all that. I see it a little different, not that I like in a different bad way, just a different way, just because like we laughed earlier, talk about the Boy Scouts and stuff. I just grew up, just you learn stuff back then. So, and I live in the rural country areas, so you don't know. Back in the old days, you didn't know if the power was going to last very long or not. So you just always stored up on stuff. But
Right.
what gets me is the messages and what's, because as adults and as parents, grandparents, just people, as they're processing what's happening right now and they're interpreting it, they're also broadcasting a message to anybody younger and even people and older around them. But other people are picking up, you could say, their vibe. And so, what's that message going to be like? You know? So, what's the kids, what we talked about, the COVID? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say ballerina.
It's okay. I'm not
So,
worried.
that whole time period, we talk about the effect on youngins during that time frame. What is that? Oh, wow. Because look, they were out of school, they were out of this. It's like, okay, but what's that going to be as things get rougher right now? What skills are they learning? Are they learning so in 3 years when things are a little worse, or 4 years, 5 years, is the 8-year-old kid right now going to be a 13-year-old solid kid, or is this a 13-year-old lost kid?
Right.
And it's just, I don't know how to quite say that right, but I just sit and think about that. Unfortunately, these little events like I just went through kind of escalate my thinking that way, because I just go into kind of freak out mode a little bit.
And I understand, because that's my biggest concern is the grandkids, because in all the mess that they talk about and everything, a lot of it is, yeah, they want your grandkids. It's not your kids, because they've already been molded and done, but it's the grandkids. And I'm like, nope, not here, not happening. But I think it's if she just turned 4, she's had a good relationship with you, I think that foundation and that connection is there. And that's the way I look at it with mine. I went through a really traumatic year over my granddaughter. And thankfully, everything's okay now. She's good. She's flourishing. I'm teaching her out of the books. I'm trying to talk her mother into letting me homeschool her so that she doesn't have to go through any of that mess. I've lived with the control that the government can have right in my home, and it sucks. And that's why I think that they keep on saying, protect the children. From day one, that's what I've been hearing in all these chats and everywhere. It's about the children. We got to protect the children. And I was thinking they meant more like the trafficking and the stuff like that, but I think it's in every way. It's in every capacity that we have to teach them what we know, that we've learned from our elders. It needs to continue down the line instead of all the technology and what they're learning from that. We know what that gets them. And so our kids, I'm not sure how old you are, but I have kids from 26 years old to 46 years old. So there's a big gap there. And
all mine have definitely grown in the upper 30s. So.
Yeah. And that group of kids, though, that's when they really were hitting in school and everything, teaching them. And I think that that's where we didn't have control there at the school. We
Well,
were
we didn't pay attention.
working. Right. We were out working, trying to make money to support these kids. And
Because I
excuse
bring that up. That was back when they introduced the terms like free range parenting. You know, the participation trophy started about 20 years ago. And
yes.
that
It's a
was
lot.
that whole narrative. See, and we just kind of, I know, and I've talked, me and my wife talked about it because we just kind of go, yeah, you know what? But you just kind of shrugged it off, kind of like, what? Oh, whatever. And you thought, well, I'll just tell my kids. And you didn't see it for what it was, that you can see it now. Because now
Yeah.
you can see the impact of it. And it's like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. And that's where I can see where we're all blaming ourselves. But it was trying to survive then too. And most of that time I was a single mother. So it was hard. It was I had to work. A lot of times I would, and I went through a lot of different jobs so that my kids could go with me if they needed to. If they missed school, I'd take them with me. Or I don't know, it was just, and I tried to make sure to cook homemade meals every night. I can remember, though, coming home, because I would drive to Austin to work, and that's a pretty good drive. And I'd come home and just, there was one night I had a propane heater in my living room, and I walked in the door and I said, oh, I just need to get warmed up here a minute. Laid down on the floor right in front of it, woke up the next morning. It was just sheer exhaustion trying to help them with their homework and make sure that they're okay. And with the two parents working, even if I would have had a husband, he still would have been at work all the time too. We thought that we were doing the best we could, and I really believe we were.
Yeah. Well, that's I used to, whenever I was a kid, my parents were divorced, and then I got in my teenage years. Used to have the whole, I was pissed off at my dad, you know, and all that. You know, that's what my mom used to go, hey, don't be mad. Your dad has done the best he could with how he knew how to do it. Well, it didn't really sink in until after my oldest got to be the oldest. And then it started clicking. And it's kind of like, yeah, because there's no book on this. And then when you kind of get them scattered, you're kind of juggling this. And you don't really know the outcome until the end. And then you kind of go, oh, man. And then you're like, I don't know. You just, and I've talked to actually all of mine, actually, believe it or not, the past few years, we've had very open talks, which I've had open talks for years with my kids. But this one here, I've even reflected back going, you know, I sure wish I could have changed this environment y'all were in, because y'all heard a lot of negativity from this. So I've tried to just be open, and because that's, you know, and Chuck said something about, you know, feeling better, but he also felt stupid. See, you should, I don't know. The one thing I've learned from the YouTube is I definitely feel weird. So I won't say don't feel weird, because I can't even stop feeling weird, but I can say that it's beneficial because you share it. And you just never know what somebody might get from something.
Yes.
I just tie that in because I talked to my kids, and that's how I made that decision going, you know, I've shared so much trying to teach them stuff throughout the years that, okay, we're here now. And you're having them, let me explain, so to help you learning. And I was really, that's why I'm just, man, I'm still have a hard time processing just how, which my daughter's been having problems. It's not like she's just, everything's been hunky-dory.
Yeah.
She's had a tough one coming up, which has been her own doing in her adult years. It's one reason why she would avoid me for a while, because it's just, you know, I mean, I'm kind of an ass that way too. I got a shoulder for anybody. unless you think it's a leaning post. If you think it's a leaning post, it's like, oh, no. This is a resting area only. This means you're still participating. You're still going to be doing something. I'm all for anybody that's trying to better themselves.
Yes.
I ain't doing the work. I
Right.
did my own work.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
I've
they don't get
explained.
a free ride here, but they
I did.
do. They do come back if they need help. I let them come back, but all my kids know they always have a home because I know there's times, and that's what I'm trying to do when I get out to my mom's. Even my
Hey,
mom.
what's up, Stuart? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Mom.
Hi, Stuart. Even my mom, she'll sit there. She's got regrets about the kind of parent she was. And she's 82 years old. And I'm like, Mama, don't think about that now. You know, I'm still alive. Could have been worse. But those things, and that's what I don't know if our kids have that. All the stuff that I went through as a child and even as an adult, all the traumas, all the everything, it's like I think it made me the stronger person in a lot of ways. I don't know. I'm not in a mental institution.
You know, you just, because that's that, you know, I, I was, I was hard headed, so it was a rough start, you know, and that's kind of what you just hope that you can kind of go, but if I can let you know beforehand, maybe you won't. And instead they even do worse. And then you're like, oh no, this is, what are you doing? So then you keep waiting for that moment like you might have had that kind of brought you, you know, to
Yes.
heal. And then you're just waiting still for the moment. And I'm kind of sometimes I'm still with a couple of them, it's still kind of waiting.
Yes. Same. And who knows? But once they're adults, those decisions are theirs. And we don't have any control. And that's when I first started going into YouTube and learning all these things. And I was like, I didn't tell the girls. I was like, I'm not telling them any of this. And then they started coming to me. Did you know this? And did you know this? And it's all these things that we talk about here. And I'm like, well, yes, but how are you finding that out? And they're like, well, we watch things through TikTok, through YouTube, whatever. And it surprised me. We may not think they're getting it, but they kind of are. Maybe not fully like we'd like them to, but they're going to hear it. They're going to hear the word. They're going to hear what they need to, I think. And that's when I think that we need to be prepared to be there for them if it came down to it, for sure.
Yeah.
And that's where in this community, even with the YouTube community, we have to learn to get along in some way, you know.
Yeah, kind of. Well, because see, you know, this is that part where, and I think that's where some of the, I guess you could say, you know, righteous minded type people, that's where they kind of fall short because I think by nature, in a caring, compassionate type way, you kind of then want to be compassionate like all the time, and you can. It's just it's not even that way in the Bible. I mean, Jesus wasn't even that way. So it's just because that's
Well,
not
that's true.
good. Can't face evil and treat evil with all this respect and care and compassion. There's a point when the sword comes out, and it just. But if you kind of will see the overall message, the gauge of that depends on the level of evilness. So it's not that you go out here and smack everybody, but there is a certain phrase in that book that says, "Let your yes be yes and your no be no." Well, then that means that there's a line. And you have to have that line of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. And you only achieve
Well,
that
yes.
by holding people accountable. So while this is where it gets really, this is where a lot of people lost sight of it, in my opinion. Because when people hold people accountable nowadays, they do it in an insultive way. Well,
Yes.
in an insultive way, you're really not bringing them to account. You're just participating in the debauchery.
In the
So
bad behavior.
yeah. And so now it's not the same but if somebody's going to lie or make something up, well, you can say, well, Bonnie, that what you said was not true. And you can go, well, yes, it was. And I'll say, no, it wasn't, Bonnie. And I can show you proof here. See, but instead, most conversations are like, oh, Bonnie, you're lying. You're lying. And then, and so it instantly escalates, and there is no point to most conversations anymore because they just get obliterated with that.
Right.
And that's the message. See, there goes back to that Jen Psaki moment, a circle back, but it's that message that's broadcasted. Because see, we talk about that this is what happens. Well, now think about how many kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids hear that same message. So what are they going to be in 5 to 10 years?
Right. That's true. Well, no one said it was easy.
Piss off rescue, and now you know why your chicken coop is so special. Yep. That's the Sandlot chicken coop.
Sandlot chicken coop.
Yeah. Man, and see, I know she'll love the chicken. She'll love that chicken coop, and I even thought of Matt trying to build another type version of that to make it a fort for him.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Don't give up on doing that. When she sees that, that's gonna, even with all your injuries and everything that you've got going on, look what you're doing.
Yeah, but
You are the foundation, Rescue.
So this statement only applies to me, so nobody else gets to use this one. But see, man, sometimes it's so hard because there's not many reasons that you most people probably never reach a level in life, maybe they do, I don't know, where it's okay if tomorrow doesn't come. And that's not like in a bad or thing. It's nothing like that. I'm really okay with it. I'm totally, and that actually was the spark to kind of make you kind of go, well, okay, we could pause a little bit, I don't mind. And then all of a sudden because I really I don't foresee anything coming from this. I just know how it sounds kind of ugly. I just know how mean my daughter could possibly be. So I might not see her for the longest time, like years. It's that possible. So And that just, I'm kind of a realist in thinking. So it's not that I do get depressed. I did do that about a year ago, but I kind of woke up, I realized it. Yeah. So it's
Right.
not that. I'm just, you can work a job long enough when you're ready to retire. That's all I can say.
Well, we'll just keep praying that
Hey, not up to me. It's up to him anyway. So
exactly.
that's why I said it don't mean nothing dark. It wasn't like that. I don't mean that. I know that most people kind of go to the minute you kind of introduce that, but it's just I've already been there. See, I've already been that too. And
Yeah.
I've had paramedics go, man, when we put you on life flight, you were gone. And I kind of chuckled going, I don't know when you going to figure out it ain't up to you. That's all I can say. Well, I know I can't, so I know it's not up to me. And just, so all I can do is, I used to ask though. That's the big difference. I used to ask. A year ago, I used to ask every night.
Ask.
Tonight, please. Yo, please. Tonight, God, tonight. Nope. Wake up the next morning going, okay, well, I guess I wasn't in. Wasn't really excited, did not want to be here. And then I kind of got introduced to everybody and started this whole little journey. That's actually what trains big perspective. It kind of brought me out of my shit.
Yes. And that's a lot of us. That's what I keep telling all these dear people who keep coming to these chats all through YouTube. They have been just a saving grace. I think we all have been for each other. I mean, I've seen people who are totally alone and have their own troubles, and each one of us has a story, but here we all are, and we're all here for each other. That's right, kiss off for friends.
That's it.
Yep. Yeah. It would be cool if we were all closer together, could actually meet. But I don't feel like it's by accident that we've all met this way. I really feel that God's had a hand in this for some reason. Because we've had people from all over the world, actually. Saw the people from Canada and the UK and it's
I know she's the best.
yes. Still not one single power truck. I don't get that.
No. So T-Girl said something about, where is it? I have to have another colonoscopy because of my precancerous cells. I had one 2 years ago. I hate those, and mostly the prepping part. Oh, well, if it's a lower too, if not that the upper was any fun, but I don't really remember that. That was, I guess, the benefit of having both at the same time. Because since they're doing the upper, then it's like you're kind of half-ass knocked out. So.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is the moment I'd rather not remember anyway, so I'm totally okay with that.
Right?
Just tell me the results after. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, that's me. Just knock me out. Whatever you can do, just knock me out. Yeah, T-Girl, they do that. Our age. I just won't do it. I'm really proud of y'all that can do all that, because I just don't. I don't go for all the tests. I don't go for If it's my time, it's my time. Because after I got sick and went through all that, I knew then there is no way I could go through chemo and all that. So if anything was wrong with me, it would just be all natural. And I've got all that anyway, and we'll just see what happens. Each day is a blessing. Every time I wake up, it's a blessing. And excuse me.
I got a new one for you, Kiss Off. So every now and then, I can remind you because, it was actually funny. Kiss Off's talking about the coffee cups. We have 2 coffee cups that are actually identical.
Oh.
She had joined in on the street. She was sitting in one morning, and I pulled up my Harding cup. And as I was drinking coffee, she's like, "I got that same cup." And so we kind of joked about that. So either the next morning or the next one I did, I decided to get another coffee cup out of the cabinet. So I got another one. Well, I've got a green one. And whenever I sat down and I was drinking with it, she goes, "I got that one too." And it was like, "Oh, damn, that's 2 for 2. But hey, I got one. So here's one you don't have, Kiss Off. But you can try to find one if you can. It says, "The more I know people, the more I like my pets."
Yep. Integrity minded. Good to see you. What's the best coffee? I'm not the person to ask. I'm not a coffee drinker.
Strong.
Strong.
I like folders myself. Colombian Roast Classic folders.
Folgers.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
love the smell of it. My granddaughter drinks coffee, and so when it's in there brewing, I'm just, that the Folgers commercial, the old one. Best part of waking up.
It's folders in your cup, which you know what? I've done Maxwell House blue bags, instant coffee of Maxwell House. I'm game there, Taster's Choice, little plastic container, glass container things, the old red caps.
Yep.
That's why I say at one point, it depends on how you approach that question, because just as long as it's good, strong coffee is just, there's the main thing.
Yep.
What is that recipe right? Game you can play on Cookie Boy, asking to get the water bowl out of the coop. We accidentally went, shut the door, and for 2 minutes. Being restricted from mean people. All right.
Lisa, if you're talking about your text, I saw that, hon.
Hey, Miss Lisa. How are you? Bonnie, check your phone, please.
Yeah, I checked it.
Oh, wow. 2 girls said they're doing that for England. So there you go. They just knock you out and be done with it.
Pete's Major Dickinson Dark Roast. Never even heard of Pete's. Starbucks. No, we don't. Well, nobody in my family does Starbucks.
Hey, man, the only experience I have Starbucks, which people on my channel have made fun of because I can spit this out, but it's a Venti Mocha Frappuccino double blended no whip. And that was, so when I was going to get my networking degree a long time ago, I used to make a route down the interstate down and going into Houston to do that. And there was a Starbucks. And it's when they first came around to Houston. And a friend of mine taught me that line because I tried that drink and I was like, "Oh wow, dude, this is cool. This is kind of like a liquid dessert with some coffee to it." And I drank that for a while. I flipped my back to them whenever they did their little defund the police thing and started to participate in that. Then it's like there's the see this is that level of accountability. At some point, you got to hold something accountable. And if enough people do, that money talks to you.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, when it's winter and the house is all closed up, I'll go to HEB and I'll get a bag of the coffee beans, the strongest smelling, whatever they are, and I'll put little cups of them around the house just to smell the coffee. Maybe stick a cinnamon in there. I just love the smells. Sometimes have the sliced oranges and cinnamon boiling on the stove, just simmering, so it's I can't burn candles, so I just do the natural stuff.
All on natural.
Yep.
Oh wow, joyful! Yeah, joyful. My mom had to do that kind of stuff. Take all that Monday through Sunday little collection thing, and it was like, man, you don't know. I ain't doing it. I won't ever do it. I held my mother's head in my arms, and she died of cancer, and I won't ever do that. I think me and God have come to understanding. That's probably why He keeps me around like He does. Because when it's my time to go, it won't be by probably something like that.
Yeah. No. Integrity minded. I'm Texas.
Yeah, I'm in Southeast Texas, in the Piney Woods, Mr. Redneck in the Woods.
Yeah, we got a few Texas here.
See, how do they even do that? So the tea girl says Folgers Black Silk. LOL. I have to drink decaf, and I have it with Cinnabon creamer and cinnamon. But so, how do you decaf coffee and it still call it coffee? Because it's like they don't introduce the caffeine. It's part of the coffee bean. I mean, you can already take the coffee bean, put it in the grinder, and make the pot of coffee. So, what are you doing to the shit to get that out of there? And what do you put back?
I kind of wondered that also. Um, integrity minded. Are you close to where all that mess was happening today? Just curious. And
I think that was the Raleigh area.
That's I can't have caffeine, so I get the herbal teas, the flavored herbal teas.
Okay.
Oh, you are in that area. Well, it's good to see that you're safe and okay. Hopefully, no one you know is affected.
You don't decaf it. It's
Just
nice. Because I got to say, think about it. People do that decaf thing, and it's like, wait a minute, how do you do that? How do you extract the caffeine out of the coffee grounds? I mean,
Yeah.
so at what point you kind of got to wonder? It's like, wait a minute, so are you really drinking coffee, or are they adding something in place of the rest of the coffee grounds?
Well, I don't think it's totally decaf because what caffeine does to me, I'm like a shaking lunatic. And even the decaf does the same thing. And everybody keeps on, well, it's decaf. And I said, well, it's still got caffeine, I can promise you, because I go psycho. Dorinda, that was up here earlier, she's that way with chocolate. If she has chocolate, she gets, the way she describes it, she gets stoned first and then she's sick for like 3 days later.
Oh, wow. So Cindy said she switched to teas in July after news came out nearly all coffee contains mold before the beans are processed. See,
Oh,
I
wow.
don't sweat the mold. I mean, I'm by all means don't do me. I'm an anomaly, but mold didn't really scare me off. I just remember growing up and you hear jokes about that's just raw penicillin, that's all. And so, because there was always the cheese related mold, but I will say coffee does get hot enough. I don't know if something can survive in there. It would definitely affect the taste. So I would think you'd taste it. I wonder if it's like bag coffee or certain types. I know the damn folders around here rolls off the shelf enough that
Yeah.
I'm actually starting to wonder if it's going to start being limited on the shelf because it's kind of getting those little gaps when it's like, what? Oh, didn't have it. It took a couple extra days. It's like, one point, that might be longer. And that's my only concern. I will say, you know what? No bullshit. My biggest fear probably during this whole shift kind of thing and everything were to go would be, damn, man, that would be like no coffee. I can survive on anything else. Hell, I'll go out here and pop a squirrel. I don't give a shit. Catch a fish.
Right.
But there'll be no coffee. And it's like, ooh, wait a minute.
I understand that because that's the way I am with my cigarettes, and that's why I'm fixing to get seeds to grow tobacco and have bags of tobacco, the whole deal. But and that's in my preps too, though, is coffee and snack bags, because if it did get down to that and we didn't have any money, I'm all for bartering or helping whoever is in need of coffee, because I know I've seen people when they didn't get their coffee. I'm the same way with my cigarettes. Take my cigarettes away and we got a problem. We don't need a bunch of angry psycho people running around.
Oh, Anna Marie said that they use the ethanol acetate or methylene chloride to wash away the caffeine from the coffee.
Well, that
So I
doesn't
guess it's
sound
kind of like
healthy.
bleaching it out, I guess.
Yep.
See, and that's what I'm saying. And it's not, I don't think somebody probably thought how to do that nefariously, but there were plenty of people probably involved in that process that were willing to kind of go, maybe we don't quite need to do those tests to see how this is going to do, because it's drinkable, right? Yeah, okay, go with that. That's the problem, because you just make bad moral decisions and other people pay. That, man, that's nasty even thinking about that. It's like drinking coffee that's done been washed through shit.
Yep. Well, integrity minded, welcome to the channel. Making your cup now.
And I was sorry to hear that, T-Girl. I read that while ago, what you said about your husband. Her husband died in her arms when I was talking about the morning.
Yeah. She's.
And I remember we have a problem.
For anyone who takes my bacon and coffee. That's funny. My daughter did that. Well, my first 4 kids, 3 boys and 1 girl. And boys like to eat. And I don't know, there was one something left. And my daughter asked if she could have it. Yes. And my son started to grab it and she stabbed him with a fork. Didn't break skin, but he jerked his hand back.
Got the message across.
Yes. Sorry, tea girl.
But might as well be drinking real coffee.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Bonnie, I think I might jump down. It's 1:30 for me. So
Yeah, I see that I've been on for like 5 hours.
I know, look at you, marathon runner you.
Not usually, but I have enjoyed it. I really
Oh,
appreciate you coming up tonight. And
I appreciate you having me up. It's been awesome. Been good company. We got good chat. I
yeah,
appreciate it. I
good.
hope you have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
Yes, ma'am, and I hope everybody has a good night. Get you some rest, and I will see y'all tomorrow.
We will keep you in our prayers, Rescue.
Thank you, ma'am. Take care, everybody.
You too. Good night. Well, guys, Chuck, were you coming up again? Backstage? I don't know. Are you still without power? I know it's not 2:30 yet. I'll drop the link one more time and see. Just in case you were coming up. Night time and party time. Yeah, party time, then night time. He is Guardian. I really enjoyed having him up tonight. I usually come on, usually it's Monday through Friday, about 8 to 8:30 Central Time. So that would be 9 or 9:30 your time. Um, Gigi sometimes does game night on Tuesdays, so I try to be there, but she doesn't go very late because she's in Canada. And so then sometimes I go on after her. Usually I'm around 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Night country homesteading. All right, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and close it down. Y'all have a good night. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you, Integrity Minded. Y'all stay strong. We've got this. If we don't, we got each other. God bless y'all and have a good night. Love ya.